Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NECC League tonight. We've got the college playoffs, and I'm going to be joined for this by Boxy.
Hey man, what's up? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. We've got two teams here. It's Western Colorado versus Fanshawe Fuel. You know that team very well. And it's going to be the first game of the entire thing, pretty much. It's going to be a double elimination bracket, and the prize pool is going to be $525 to the winner. So quite a little bit on the table.
Yeah, it's a 3-day event if I'm not mistaken, right? We start today, we end on Monday. There's going to be matches every single day with a best of 5 final out across the Challengers division. And since we're already on a bit of a delay, we're kind of 30 minutes behind schedule, we're just going to throw it straight to the game. So again, the Western Colorado versus Fanshawe, with Fanshawe Fuel being on defense first, which means they get to ban their operators first. Who do you think we're going to see banned here?
Oh, if I had to take a guess, that probably wouldn't have been one of the ones that I guessed. But if I
I
had
didn't
to take
give
a
much
guess,
time,
it would be
sorry.
Thatcher, and then followed by Valk, and then I don't know, either Mirror or Cade. People are usually pretty safe like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely true. Thatcher, I feel like, is just one of those staple bands that you just see, constantly. It doesn't even matter which map you're on. But it's actually going to be Ace, which means Thatcher is on the board, and we've now been made look like fools, which is fine, totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always down to see a little bit of a break from the meta. I mean, like he's got in most leagues that I've casted like an 80% at least ban rate. So we're in the 20 percentile here, ladies and gentlemen. You don't see this every day. Are they going to continue with the crazy bans, or are they not?
Nope.
Aid, there he is. But will they go for the Valk, or will we see a very, very defender? You know what? I can't necessarily say defender side because we have the Thatcher in, but do you think the Thatcher would outweigh the Valk if she's allowed?
I don't know. Vel, Camira, Vamai are the last three. One of those is going to be banned for sure. It's going to be Mira, which again is one of those staple bans. I really wouldn't be surprised if it was a Vamai ban instead, especially how great Vamai is just on about any site on Cafe. He's very useful in holding Pixel. He's very on the top floor. He's very useful in holding Bakery in Kitchen. So the fact that Vamai remains up is something that I think the attackers are kind of going to have a problem with. And there we go. He is being picked going into round 1. I do hope we stick on him. But what are your predictions? Sorry.
I was going to say, especially considering they don't have the Jaeger, he's really their only anti-util operator. So I would be a little bit upset if they did 6 pick off of him. But yeah, up here I'm expecting my shield hold inside of like the cigar around the Christmas tree room. It's pretty much you have to do it. It's what you'd expect. Valkyrie, I haven't seen her too much on this map, but I would expect her to be like just literally tossing cams everywhere, probably on the stairs, literally everywhere. Maybe even trying to go for an early peek outside because, Valk mains tend to do that. But I am a little bit out of my element here. I haven't seen too many Valk plays. It just depends on how Perza wants to use her.
Yeah, well, you do have to time your runouts now more carefully because those cams do expire, right? That is a thing now, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least it was definitely going to get added into the game. I'm not sure
you're right.
It's like it. It is, right? Yeah. Okay.
You're right. What I meant is actually running out herself.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, it is going to be a top floor hold early on, so we're pretty much going by the book. The setup also isn't really deviating from what you see usually in, just kind of gold, plat, even rank. And I do wanna know, like, for the entire game, what do you think? Are we going to be seeing a lot of these default pocket holds, or are we going to see any wild deviation from that?
Well, what I do think is if we saw Thatcher being brought out instead of the Flores, it would be a lot harder for Wamai to be holding that spot, because even if he catches it with one of his Wamai discs, it would still blow him up. So I think that we're probably going to be seeing Thatcher being brought down, especially if they think about that use of it. But we do see the Flores being brought out. He's already using one of his Rotero drones. I think that's going to be their main course of action in order to try and take control over the cigar lounge, is getting rid of that shield with one of those. But I mean, they do have a couple of backups, or less backups now that all the grenades have been used by Finka.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Flores, by the way. I just kind of want to talk about that very, very quickly. His drones just have so many use cases. Now he also has 2 claymores, which is also great. You don't need to rely solely on Nomad for a flank watch, which is always great. But the Flores drones, you can use them obviously to destroy the defender gadgets. You can use them to kind of flush the defenders out of their positions, but you can also use them to just kind of either create vertical holes in case your Valkyrie dies, or even just use them as entry drones. Speaking of entry drones, it's going to be Brandon who's going to get the entry onto Recycle, which means exactly what I was talking about. Buck is taken out first, so no more self-destruction for the attackers.
Yeah, not so much soft breach now. I mean, obviously, like you said, you have the Roteros, but that's not the way you want to be using them, and that's not the way you want to be throwing a flash either. Unfortunate. And he's going to be getting flashed up again. It's just flash central. My disc's giving it right back to him. What goes around comes around. That is what Mai's life motto. But yeah, with about a minute left, so losing a lot of casualties, WCU, and I'm starting to lose faith in their ability to push up on this. They've lost a lot of util. We've got 2 flash grenades and 2 Rotero drones. Never mind, no longer any Rotero drones. An extra thick Ella, feel a little bit emboldened, and rightfully so, right in the face, and another. Lay it on extra thick Ella.
Well, round 1 was flawless, and really the hold was flawless, honestly. The defense, they stood their ground, they fell back when they needed to, they burned the attacker's utility away. It really wasn't even close. So, I don't know, Western Colorado, they were kind of warming up. We still saw, they kind of misdroned, they misflashed even, or flashed themselves rather, and their teammates. So, hopefully we can fix all of those going into round 2, because round 1 was really just extremely one-sided.
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to address the problem that as soon as Buck died off the rip, they had pretty much no soft breaching by bringing like 3 soft breachers. Although they do that at the expense of a hard breacher. That's not like the end of the world on the kitchen site, but it still would definitely help you out, especially if you try it. It just limits your options a lot. You pretty much have to go from a top down and hope that they haven't reinforced the hatches, which they probably will. And so it's gonna definitely limit the options of WCU in this instance for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to be seeing a kitchen defense now, and again, I think it's going to be one of those very default holds, at least looking at the operators. We have the Jaeger, the Omai, the Mute, the Smoke, and the Valkyrie, and again, there's still play with those Valkyrie cameras. There's so many tight angles and spots and corners you can put them in here. You can be very aggressive with them, you can be very passive with them, and I want to see what WCU are going to do to counter those. We do have a repick onto an IQ, which means that they can hunt those cameras down, but will the IQ even stay alive long enough to be able to do that? Because last round, I think it was them that died first.
Yeah, they didn't even get a single kill last round, WCU. So yes, all the kills went to the favor of Fuel. Now I am a little bit curious. If you look at how many claymores they brought, they did bring some hard breaching charges, which is good. But what do you think about that? Those 6 claymore charges. You think they're gonna get like 5 claymore kills with those? But also, looking at the fact that they have 2 anti-util players, I'm wondering how they're gonna get those grenades past them.
That's a solid point. Maybe WCU didn't get the memo that now operators get 2 claymores per operator, and they were like, we need 3 claymores, right? Just bring 3 operators with claymores. That could be a viable. I don't know how they are gonna get their grenades off, or the Zofia stuns. I guess they could use those to burn and the breaches, but
they are very limited in their options here. That is the truth. But I mean, they are going to be coming out from the top-down perspective, like I thought. That's pretty much how you want to be taking the site, regardless. They do get rid of one of the mute charges on the wall, so that does leave that as an option open for them now. Interesting. That was very ambitious. Usually you do it in the opposite order, but as long as you don't die, man, that puts you down to only 1 grenade.
Yeah, I've definitely seen that happen before, but execute a little bit more flawlessly, fluently, whatever. And it's gonna be Sledge dying first. So once again, Fuel just getting the opening on Fenshaw, rather, as you should probably call them, and well, they're just chilling. A minute left. They already wasted 2 minutes. Valkyrie does get down, then it was gonna get taken out by Zofia in a matter of seconds. There we go, finally. Finishes that kill, but it's a 4v4, 55 seconds left in the attack. They have some control on the top 4, but that's all they have going on for them. Recycle first, though. He increases the advantage. It's Copper Tiger as well. Nonetheless, but Claude will actually make sure that WCU retain their advantage for the time being.
Yeah, note they did kill the smoke, so all of their players that they're typically going to depend on in the late game are going to be dead. They do have one C4 in their back pocket, and they probably will need it. So, and that's the one thing that they have in order to keep them off the site aside from their guns. Good shot from Extra Thick Ella, going to be throwing down an extra Midas to make sure that any of their single grenade doesn't come in and kill them. But yeah, trying to open up another angle here through Kitchen. Shrimp. He's looking right back on through it. It's about to be a push, and they're nice and ready for it. Not so ready as I thought. Extra Thick Ella just trying to stay alive. 3 seconds left. He's about to turn the corner just in time, and wow, wow, wow. WCU, against all odds and against time, will be taking this round.
I mean, by the skin on their teeth, right? That's how we can paint the round. That's literally the only way to describe the round. I don't know, it was way too close for comfort. They stormed into the site with, 25 seconds left, and they somehow won their ones. Defense, I feel like, was playing it well. They had the crossfires going on. They were checking all the right corners. They just ended up losing the gunfights. Last round really could have been anyone's, but keep in mind, round 1 was a flawless one. So on paper, Fuel have been the better team so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, statistically they have been. Although I do think that going into that round, WCU, regardless of what util they brought, they had the idea that this Valkyrie pick and the cams are going to allow for a lot of roaming on an already roaming heavy site. So they were trying to just be extra careful of the anti-roaming, and it was it actually worked out really well. They caught 2 of the major players off site. Not only did they catch the Valkyrie, which is a C4 off the table, but you also catch the smoke, which means your late game hold for Fuel is no longer as tenable. If he was able to stay alive inside the site, I don't think WCU would have been able to push it that easily, because I know he would have at least had 2 charges there left at the end, and he would have just been throwing them down, timing it out. It would have been much harder for WCU to do that. And so, if they can manage to keep up a lot of their late game players in this hold, I think that Fuel will be doing a lot better this time around. But then again, they haven't really brought someone for the late game like Smoke like last time.
Yeah, I'm definitely missing a Smoke or even a Tachanka maybe on their lineup, and I do want to see how this plays out, but not too confident. They have brought the Bandit, which wasn't a thing earlier, and it feels like just one of those decisions, like, okay, I was roaming with Smoke, I died, I'm just going to bring a roamer, plays down my utility on side, and then going to go hunt for kills, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but it could end up working out.
I mean, there's definitely something to be said about knowing your own limitations and trying to pick an operator that you are good with instead of just one that's overall good. So yeah, I don't totally blame him for that. It just definitely stings that you're not going to have somebody with the area denial at the end of the game like that, as we know.
I mean, sorry. Look at their lineup. They have the Wamai and the Jaeger, which I'm a huge fan of. You need those just always, right? And then the Mute or the Bandit. Usually not both. Usually it's both, sure, fine, whatever. But then your 5th operator, I'm sorry, cannot be Frost. That's just not how it works. You only get to bring 5. You have to prioritize. And I do feel like Fuel, they are kind of misplaying, or at least mispicking their operators. They could still win just off of gunfights, but not for the time being. Livid gets the entry, and that's the Jaeger of the board. Surely he's placed his ADSs by now, so at least there's that, but that's still a good gun off the board for Fuel for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of this roaming that they're doing, you notice they have the Wamai on the roam. The only one that's really in and on the site, from what I can tell, is going to be the Frost. And with the Lion and the Nomad combo, it's going to be making it very hard for people to get back to site in time. Good thing they have the Mute down there. That's going to aid them a little bit. But even if they don't find the roamers with them in the time that they have remaining, I think that they can still go for a quick take on the site and just say, screw the roamers, we're going to go for the site right now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, again, if you have the Mute, just don't pick the Bandit. Go even for a Vigil. Even Vigil, which is one of the most would have helped with that Lion. And Lion has been brought in the previous 2 rounds as well, meaning that Fuel, they could be ready for it. Regardless, though, there's quite a bit of vertical pressure being created, but Trains hasn't actually been cleared out, and Ella is playing there. A few pop shots coming out, none connect just yet, but she skillfully dodges a grenade. Claude gets another kill with the buck. He ate, though, and now Ella is getting overwhelmed above, pushed from 2 different angles, both from mining and dining. Doesn't know which way to turn. Finally gets taken out, so it's a 5v2, but only 30 seconds left. You'll now wish they had the Smoke on their lineup, but alas, they don't have that. Copper gets 1 before immediately being refragged. Lion scans being popped. It's a 4v1, and I don't see Fuel winning this one.
Oh, I mean, never say never. Goes and gets the first one. The plant will have to come down, and it will. So, it's going to be very difficult for Perza. I'm not trying to deny that. Especially since he's got the vertical peak now being used against him. Oh, Perza, I do not envy you, my friend. Cam Louie looking to come down the stairs and get another cutoff point. This is a good post-plant setup coming in for WCU. They realize where he is. They set up for the opposite. Cooking an nade, seeing if he's still there, but his sense left. Perza, realizing that time is of the essence, just going to try and do something, anything, but Boo is going to be putting him down just as pretty much a lot of people would expect.
Yeah. Again, with how well Fanshawe did in round 1, I really expected him to do better going into rounds 2 and 3, but Western Colorado, they've really picked up the slack. They haven't really been making mistakes as big as they have in round 1, and it's showing. The scoreline is reflecting that, and slowly but surely they're pulling ahead. I haven't casted either of these teams before. I'm not sure if you have, but I was going to ask you for predictions before we got into the game. I just kind of ran out of time.
Oh, that's all good, but if I had to make a prediction just strictly based off of the stats, I would have to say WCU are going to be my favorites. I mean, they've already taken a lot of rounds on the offensive side of Cafe, which is not an easy task. This is usually the maximum of what you would expect people to be getting in an evenly matched game, so it leads me to believe that this game is not so evenly matched, Boxy. But also, in history, these guys have gotten pretty good placings, especially in comparison to Fuel. So for that reason, and how they've been doing so far, they have my pick for favorite.
True, but Fanshawe, they didn't participate in the 2021 season of NECC, so we really only have, kind of one season, one semester to go off of, and that is spring 2022. But I guess you're right, and regardless, we're going to be seeing top floor again coming into round number 4. Do you think it's another Fanshawe victory, or do WCU finally pull ahead, cement their early lead?
I think the fact that WCU bringing the... Oh, I thought they were going to be bringing the Thatcher, and that would have made holding the Cigar Lounge shield incredibly, incredibly hard, because all you gotta do is just throw one in there, and then your Royal Shield is gone, dude. So, yeah, I think that would have definitely been a good pick for them, but they can still obviously get it done no matter what. They've got a lot of good variety for their util this time. They don't just have a whole bunch of one thing, namely Claymores. So I think that there's a lot that they can do in order to waste the Wamai shield down. It just all comes down to their execution. Also, Osa, I'm looking at that. It'd be pretty good for the anti-roam as well as pretty much anything else going for the site. So, yeah, the Osa, I'm really looking at how they're going to be using that in particular.
That's all very true, but I'm also a fan of the defensive lineup. It's much more evenly balanced, I feel like. We have the Smoke now, we have the Goyo now for extra denial, we have the Valk again for the cams. I'm a huge fan of this. I feel like it's much more balanced even out than it was going into round 3. So there's that, but it's not going to matter because Recycle First is going to get taken out less than a minute into the round. That's no more Lion scans, and they have been quite huge in securing the VCWs, or WCUs, excuse me, first 2 minutes.
Yeah, Recycle's name being a little bit prophetic, considering the fact that he was the first one to die. I like this one from Boo. Knows that there's going to be someone trying to hold it down there, or maybe even a little bit closer. They're going to be seeing this Osa shield, though, and extra thick, walking right up to it. That's very, very ambitious, my friend. He's going to be trying to beat it down, though. Oh my god, he's actually able to take down the Osa as well. That's feeling pretty good for extra thick. He might be able to get this on the way out as well. Good shots on the Cam Louie. So it looks like, despite the fact that WCU are bringing the good util, you just still can't seem to take extra thick Ella off of this shield hold.
Well, 1 minute 15 seconds left on the clock. Playing below very, very patiently. Nothing happening as of yet, but Claude is going to be entering down below in garage and will have to work their way up the white stairs or the brown if they choose to rotate, which is probably what's happening given that the yellow ping on the Goyo is coming out. I don't think the Goyo knows anyone's pushing right below him, and if he's not careful, he could get taken out. 45 seconds left, the flashbangs come in, and Claude mistimes that flashbang, decides to rotate all the way around, loses so much time, and now the Goyo is aware of their presence. Again, the WCU, they have their job cut out for them.
Yeah, and they're already going to be activating the Goyo shield from the stairs, making it so that he can't go up there, and forces him basically right into the path of Brenda, who takes the shots with the greatest of ease. Realizing where he's coming from, tap tap, and he is dead. So, yeah, that seems to be like the Obviously, you're not going to be able to play that site anymore for fuel. It's giving you a lot of good value, but eventually you're going to have to win either on the kitchen site or any of the other ones like reading place. Yeah, reading place, fireplace. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I
Yeah.
think that this could also be a decent hold for them because, especially depending on how they play, if they get a good top down approach, like their Womai has been doing a pretty good job of being some offsite presence. Even in the round that they lost, he held them up for so much time up inside of the train room. So I'm thinking that if they can use their roaming correctly, I think that this is going to be a good round for Fuel again.
Absolutely agreed. And we are going to be seeing reading and fireplace, which is a first for the series. So again, it's kind of a new playing field, I want to say. We've seen the top floor twice, we've seen the bottom floor twice, so we kind of have an idea of what to expect from both Fuel and Western Colorado. But this one is a wild card, in my opinion. It could really go either way.
Yeah, I mean, it is a third pick for a reason, but it's also, in my opinion, sometimes I see a lot of teams not afraid of doing this at all, and sometimes they'll pick it very early on to try and, like, throw a team off. Obviously, that was pre the fact that you can change your attackers, but the point still stands. Teams feel very comfortable on the site, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw Fuel coming out with a setup. Yeah, they're trying to hold it from a top-down perspective as well, obviously because all the floor is breakable, but also it just forces Fuel to come in from a very limited amount of places as well. So I think that Fuel, based on what I've seen so far, can definitely do a good job of holding this. What I really want to see is how extra thick Ella is going to be doing this, for real.
I mean, 2-0 at the moment. You can kind of imagine how it's going to go, at least if they keep following the trend. The one opponent that I want to keep my eye on, though, is Brando, because the castle, again, I'm a huge fan of. I rave about this literally every time I cast. I feel like castle is so underutilized, and then when teams bring him, I'm just very happy. Unless, obviously, they block the setup. But I have complete faith in Fuel, and hopefully they don't let me down.
Yeah, we'll see. It's 2-2 right now, which is WCU, judging by how this map usually plays out, is pretty much what you would expect them to be getting at minimum. So any round that they get from this point forward, I consider as a bonus, and they'll be winning.
Yeah.
So, Livid already making his way on the inside. There's could potentially have been a player there chilling in the cocktail lounge, but I guess there's not going to be anyone there this time. Ooh, almost killing your own player, unfortunately, but gonna only be revealing him for Brando. So, that castle, you mentioned him, and he's already having some good effect.
With the worst gun in the game, nonetheless, and that's bug that. That's so very devastating for WCU, because when you're attacking Fireplace, you want all the vertical destruction you can bring, and now Bug being dead just after entering the building, well, that's not going to bode very well for you. Excuse me, English hard. Regardless, though, Fuel, they have the advantage. They need to hold on to it, though. I think they've completely the win up for now, so Sledgy is going to be open to convert hold. But if he dies, it's over, at least for the vertical presence of Western Colorado. Everyone from Fuel seems to kind of just be roaming around the bomb sites or being on bomb site. Livid's gonna drop down, get a kill, maybe even two. Recycle first gonna help with one. Oh no, nomading the Valkyrie, but it ends up working out for him anyways. 4v2 now, and the control of site established. Extra thick Ella will have to. They're patiently waiting, and they could get someone crossing from useless, but they need to start pushing. The plant is going down. The Nomad air jibs are being deployed. 40 seconds left, and the plant is nearly over. Lionscan comes out as well. Triple for Livid, and Ella has to clutch this one out in order for Fuel to not fall behind WCU. Swings very carefully, very slowly. They don't have the time to do that. They need to go. They need to go now. Finds the first one. Nice shots. Looks in the right direction. Look for the prone player. Finds him. That's a double for Ella. And now it's a 1v2, but the Sledge is playing above. Livid low on HP as well, so one or two shots will put them down and out of contention for the round, but can be creating all the vertical pressure they can. Won't even matter. That's 4 for Livid on the round, and a great execute from Western Colorado. Excuse me, English is hard.
Yeah. A great round potentially in the making for Extra Thick Ella once again is going to be slightly overshadowed by Livid. Oh my god. Like I think I think I can speak for everybody when you get in a moment like that. You're like, oh shoot. Like you turn the corner, you think you're going to die, but the fact that he was able to re-peek that and get the kill, that was just such a crazy moment. He hopped down the hatch, they knew he was there, he was able to kill the smoke, and just walked right into the site, completely bypassing a lot of the setup off site that Fuel had had made just by one little kill. And from that, they were able to completely break this game wide open. Granted, the Wamai, you always got to be careful with him. You don't want to be going up against him first, but if you save him for last, it seems like you can generally deal with him pretty well.
Yeah, it feels like whichever team doesn't get the opening ends up winning the round. It's always like, oh yeah, they have the advantage. Surely they'll win this now, and then they somehow end up losing it. I feel like, apart from round 1, which was a flawless, it just kind of been happening over and over again.
Yeah, that's not what you would usually expect, Boxy. Usually that gives you a big advantage, but from what I can tell, a lot of the players that are getting lost early on for WCU are their soft creatures like Claude. And so that's something that you can easily replace. You've got 2 people like that on the roster. But Fuel, a lot of the people that they lose early on are Copper Tiger and the Smoke. And those are 2 completely different things. That's a player you need to stay alive, very integral to your hold. Whereas, again, Claude is, regardless of, for lack of a better term, easily replaceable.
Yeah, but the thing with Claude is that I'm pretty sure out of the 6 rounds so far, they were the entry death on 3 of those. They do have 4 kills as well, which is fine, but I think they got 3 of their kills in round number 2 on Kitchen when they kind of won that 1vx in the last second. So if you take out round number 2, they haven't really contributed much on that buck, and that kind of saddens me. Hopefully they can do more this time around. I guess we'll see.
I mean, he's about to have his chance up against Extra Thick Ella. A lot of flashbangs coming in, and I'm sure that he's going to be trying to peel on away from that. Holding top is not worth losing your life. You just gotta try to slow him down, try to get a kill, and if you can't do either, you just try and play your life. He's still holding his ground, though, up against Claude. So I'm wondering how much time has it ticked by before Claude tries to prod at him anymore.
I mean, honestly, if I'm a WCU player and if I know where Extra Thick Ella is, I'm just gonna push the other way.
Right.
Extra Thick Ella currently 10 and 3. They're just showing no signs of slowing down. Shrimp still at 0, and then there's Brando at 6, Copper and Perza at 1 and 3 2x. So, well, it's currently a one-man show really for the side of you. Let's see if they can keep the show going though. Someone's right next to them. They're actually pinched, but they don't know. Someone's behind them as well. They need to go Brando on the stairs to help out with the UMP, but they're not successful yet. The flash is coming out, and there we go. Livid finds the kill. However, Brando's there to at least get 1 for 1. Dishes out a little bit of damage, but takes more in return. Yes. So there is that. Now smart to fall back onto the side, waste as much time as you can. 1 minute left, so you kind of have to stall.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing this time is that you have your smokes still alive. You can start getting in a position to throw your smokes out. So, yeah, they've got the Malusis as well. If their opponents have to come down eventually, and if they want to come down the stairs, they're going to have to deal with all the denial. But if they want to come down the hatch, they're in a predictable position that can be pre-fired. But, ooh, you're going to get shot from the ceiling by Claude. Unfortunate. Copper Tiger getting pushed up on pretty hard, too. Liv has been pretty nasty with the shots recently, so I wouldn't want to challenge him with a shotgun either. Gonna just try and bide his time, force him on back, force him to take a little bit of damage if he wants to push him, but he's getting collapsed on all sides. So, with the diffuser going down, Fuel is slowly losing their grasp on this game.
Yeah, I don't know where Perza is. They've just kind of been AFK. Well, there they go. Double for Claude and an air jab going to catch the smoke, but she pushes up. Livid falls due to the shotgun of the smoke. Take the SMG-11 out. Why are you swinging with the shotgun? There we go, finally, but it's too little too late. Claude gets another kill, and that's another round and a 4-2 split for Western Colorado.
Now, they also put a cheeky Claymore down on it, and with the amount of time that he had left, I don't know if he would have necessarily expected that. But either way, WCU pretty much going completely against what we would be expecting and taking a 4-2 on the Cafe Dostoevsky on the attack, not on the defense, mind you. And so now going on to their defensive side, it seems like, yeah, they're going to be bringing out an Aruni that their opponents did not do, and so that's going to be pretty effective in terms of the util denial.
Yeah. Before we switch sides, or I guess we already have, but before we kind of get into that, I just kind of want to give some praise to Boo or Bo or whatever you want to call them. It just feels like they were, I think they're 2-4, maybe 2-5, but they were on IQ every single round. And way too often when watching R6, especially collegiate or T2, T3, You see the IQ just sprint into the building with the 552 commando and either, get a pick or die. We've seen Boo Bo on the roof every single time pinging utility for his teammates. They haven't entered the building for at least 2 minutes. They were just kind of scouting out the areas ahead for their teammate. And it feels like so many IQs forget to do that. They just kind of play her for the gun. So, you may not have fragged out, but you've contributed a lot in my mind, in my heart.
Yeah, Bo's just like, you pick IQ for the gun, I pick IQ for the util. We are not the same.
Yeah.
We are not the same. But yeah, I mean, it was very effective. I do agree with you. They're able to always figure out where their opponent's util is at. That's something that their opponents aren't going to be able to do. Although the one thing I am a little bit curious about is with the Rooney pick as opposed to the Wamai, you're not going to be able to easily hold down that shield and cigar lounge. So I'm curious what they're going to do instead of that to try and hold back the WCU team. Sorry, the fuel players.
Yeah. I guess we're gonna see, but like you said, WCU, they won 4 rounds on Cafe Attack, so now that they're on defense, which should be the, preferable side, they should just win this without any major hiccups. But we've seen huger surprises before, we've seen huger comebacks in a deficit before, so who knows?
Yeah, I've seen the most amazing comebacks on this map. As soon as you switch up to that defender side, things really do change. But typically, it's on the attacker side that you do worse on, and WCU has already shown that they are very, very capable of doing the attacks. Fuel, in the meantime, it's been about a minute, and they're still on the rooftops. The Renegade is going to be denying any sort of intel, so she's also doubling as an anti-intel operator. Can definitely do that. It's working out pretty good.
If only we had 12...
Be going down. Go ahead.
Sorry, if only we had like 12 flashes on that roof, and we could have burned that, a Renegade, the Surya gate, with a flashbang. That would have been awesome.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, I mean, they do have 9 of them, like you said. They're starting to make some good use of them, and ooh, I like this from Claude. Making his way over towards mining and going up the red stairs. He does have some people down there. They knew generally that there were people coming down from there. With the amount of time remaining, it's very likely that they have already hopped down. And yes, you see Extra Thick Hella has already done that. Very wary of the Goyo trap on the ground, but you gotta be very wary of the Goyo on the flank as well.
Nope. There you go. The Halana falls, gets overly aggressive, shut down by Livid. What I was gonna say, that flank from Goyo was feeling a little too early. I feel like at this stage of the game, there's still someone on the hatch watching the flank actively, or at least on a drone, you get caught out. And I like the fact that the Goyo is just kind of waiting on those red stairs, waiting below for his time. Once the push is actually called by his teammates, because then he can kind of wreak havoc on the flank. Regardless, though, the cigar control has been established, and the time is now as Claude Flames gets the first one, make that 2 both clean headshots with the Vector, and now it's all up to Copper Tiger and Persa. Not looking great for them. One in cigar shop, and the other one still on the roof. They have to meet up now. Persa is getting shot at from all possible angles. Should you bullets reload? I don't know why you did that, but Claude shows no signs of slowing. He gets the 3rd one, and a 4th one with a pistol for a flawless round of Western Colorados. And it's very interesting that defense has won flawless on rounds 1 and 7 so far.
Yeah, that is a little bit of an interesting thing you point out. I can't just put my finger on a reason for that. I feel like it's both sides generally. Like, attacking is obviously harder on this map. So you try to feel out what your opponents are wanting to do, and then you typically tend to do a little bit better. WCU, that was absolutely true for them. They took 4 rounds after the initial difficulty in the first one. But, I mean, Fuel, is it going to be the same story for them? I'm not necessarily sure. They have a lot of anti-roam here, but it's... I don't know. What do you think about the setup that they got?
It's very funny to me that they're bringing this much anti-roam, where they're the ones that bent Jackal. It just kind of doesn't really click for me, but we'll see. Also, wrapping back to the previous round, I don't think we can talk about how well WCU did. It was really all Claude. It was a 4K from them, and the rest of Western Colorado, they didn't even break the squad. They were just chilling on side. We've seen 1 or 2 of them throughout the round. Everything else was just the Goyo on the flank. So again, huge props to them. They've really been stepping up. 11 and 4 at the moment, while the rest of their team is, well, Livid is a 9. Everyone else is just a 2 right now. So there's that.
I think they could have brought, like, what, 6 Claymores, and it still wouldn't have been enough to stop that Goyo, man. Obviously, jokes going back to earlier. But WCU, Now on the defense again of usually the tertiary site, but they're picking a second. Goes back to what I was saying about teams feeling pretty dang confident on the site. Now, one thing I wanted to bring up to you, Boxy, is Boo is going to be the first person to pick out the Ella, and I'm a little bit disappointed that we haven't been seeing Extra Thick Ella playing Ella a little bit more.
Oh, boo-hoo. Get it? Huh? No?
Boo-hoo,
Okay.
I do get it.
Ha ha ha, I'm horrible, I'm sorry. I hang out with Chief too much. But yeah, I was kind of waiting for that. I was going to comment on the fact that Extra Thick Ella was only playing with my. It kind of felt like blasphemy, but it is what it is. And finally, we're getting to see the Ella play. It would have been even funnier if it would have been the Ella shotgun, but it is the Scorpion, and I do want to see what Boo can do with the Scorpion.
What'd it do, Boo? That is the question. But yeah, I kind of want to see how they're approaching the site now. They have quite a lot of smokes, and so I'm curious to see if they're just going to try and... What are they going to try and do with that? Just, like, smoke out everything and just, like, try and make a hot drop eventually? I think that's what they're leaving it open for that. Oh, look at this! Hot drop for Extra Thick Ella. Going to be helping Copper Tiger fry one out. Claude now on task to do something. Man, they're getting shot at from absolutely everywhere.
What is happening?
Ella does eventually die, but does do quite a bit of damage in the process.
Okay, well, E1D, or the EDD trap rather, helping out as well. Double for Claude as well, and he's still swinging low on HP, but that doesn't stop. Then goes for another swing, doesn't quite connect, but now the Twitch know where they are. The F2's devastating, but Claude, he still gets the kill, the headshot, finishes the round, and edges his team onto map point.
And maybe not as effective as I thought, that push from Extra Thick Ella. He helped get the one kill, and I thought that just a pure shock value would throw WCU through a loop potentially. I mean, we saw that happen up against Fuel when they were on the defense. One player slipping through the cracks when you don't expect it can be absolutely, detrimental to your success. But, I mean, they were obviously able to react pretty quickly. It's not just to the guy that actually made their way onto the site, but the people that tried to capitalize off the chaos on the site. Bringing back the Aruni once again, did some pretty good stuff with her the last time, and so on this site, it's going to be making it a little bit difficult. You're going to have to save up some util in order to get down those hatches this time.
I wanted to speak to you about this. You were talking about the potential uses for the smokes, the grenades, everything last round coming out from Fuel, and it feels like not even just Fuel, Western Colorado as well. They just, I don't know, the utility usage has been lackluster in my opinion. We've seen, the most default utility used, but anything past that, it's been a hit or miss, really. We've seen a few flashes chugged out, we've seen a few grenades thrown out, but other than that, I don't know, smokes haven't really been used, track stingers were used very little, nomad air jabs, we've seen them shot at a person in a gunfight more than we've seen them deployed, like, actually to secure flanks. So, I don't know, I feel like this is something that we need to keep our eyes on going into game 2, or map 2 rather. And it needs to improve for both teams, but especially Fuel, as they are the one facing a loss here on Cafe.
Yeah, and I am going to agree with you 100% that the util usage hasn't been optimized, we'll say, for either team. But looking at Fuel now, they are bringing a lot more variety of things. Only 2 smokes this time, and that's just about all you need. A lot of flashes, a couple of grenades. And so, just from looking at it from, checking all the boxes perspective, they are doing that. So, so they shouldn't be hindered too much by the Aruni gates if they do put them on the hatches and they want to go down and drop in eventually. If they do manage to keep their util for that long.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Fuel switch out one of their flash operators for another set of nades. Maybe even actually do have a gun 6, I think. I hope at least. So, yeah, I would have preferred a little bit of more nades, but we do only have the Jaeger. There's no Wamai, so maybe one set is enough if you play around with your flashes carefully enough. But again, that is not something that Fuel will do, at least not off of what we've seen in the previous rounds. There's still time to change my mind, but the time is slowly ticking out. You're really getting quite aggressive with the LMG, and there we go. The first nade deployed won't hit anything, in my opinion, but we'll see what happens. Claude with the entry. Once again, Copper Tiger biting the bullet early on this time around.
Copper Tiger? Or like Paper Tiger? Just kidding, obviously. Yeah, WCT have been getting him quite a lot in the... He's been the first blood quite considerably a lot. And Brendo.
Looking at him.
First on his screen for quite a little while, and then just gets shot right in the face. Good thing they got the refrag, though. Extra Thick Ella laying it on once again as the counter push coming in from WCU, basically completely eviscerating themselves on that push. But they still have Boo and Cam Levi alive to make something happen. Making a human-sized hole in this wall, though, is going to be Shrimp Father. So with a minute left, this push is about to be happening.
Well, 2v3, still a lot of utility in the defender's pockets, none left for the attacker's pockets rather, none left for the defenders. A very big hole coming right up as well onto the bakery wall, so there's that. There's another angle to look out for. The defenders, they're both kind of stuck in the back part of the map. The red pings are coming out, they're helping out a little bit, but there's still so much to look at. Both spots up one, but doesn't quite hit his shot. Dextrotech Ella has 3 on the round. Shrimp will finish it out. And Fuel, they finally win another round, keeping themselves afloat and not losing out on Cafe just yet.
Yeah, man, good stuff on Fuel to hold their ground like that. I feel like WCU got a little bit too full of themselves, I'll say. As soon as they got a kill on the stairs, they all just peeked around the corner, and then they all got fried by Extra Thick Ella. Man, the guy has been doing great the entire time despite the scoreline, and so I feel like they sort of forgot who he was for a second, and he's instantly making them put some respect back on the name after that round.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this should have been a Western Colorado map already, and Fuel, they've been given a golden ticket, an extra chance, an extra life, whatever you want to call it, and they really need to capitalize on it. Their rounds, even though they won the last one, can be a sloppy, and again, their utility usage needs to be optimized. I feel like that is the biggest problem they have, besides maybe a small lack of droning. They do drone, but I feel like they could drone. And besides that, again, utility. It feels like they just kind of have their players play what they want to play, and then if the player finds themselves in a position where they can use their utility, they do it, but they don't play around. They don't position themselves around the utility they have at their disposal, and that's probably their biggest flaw.
And once again, I'm going to ask the question, Boxy. How are they going to hold this Cigar Shield? They don't have really a single person that's dedicated to the anti-utility. As soon as they throw the first grenade at that shield, it's going to be gonzo. So what sort of backup plans do they have in place? I think they're going for a little bit more of a defense in depth with the trap operators. They got 3 of them, so that would be my guess, but I still am suspicious of this.
I really think it's going to be another one of those, hey, Claude, just go shoot for them in the back type scenarios. It's just one of those, like, well, we'll just get the kills. We don't need to hold Pixel. We don't need to even take our fights there. I do want to see what happens. The second shield, very risky, because that if your Pixel shield gets destroyed, you'll have to vault the second one to get out of there, and you're probably going to get shot in the back while doing so. So that's a huge misplay going out from WCU, unless I'm missing something very obvious, but I don't think I am.
I'm inclined to agree with you on that one, Boxy. That could be... I'm sure that it could be better used in other places as well. So once again, unoptimized util strikes again. But they still have a way to win this round, like as you said. If they're not watching the flank after they get really stuck in, then Claude could punish them like he did the last time. They're starting to figure out what avenues of attack they're trying to do. They know that they're coming in from certain windows, and still without about a minute or so has gone by, and nothing too much has been gained in terms of intel. But ooh, that's going to be a good way to start things off. You take down the Warden, and that is first blood in the hands of Fuel.
Look at where the Warden died. It's on Pixel. It's behind the shield or in front of the shield, however you want to, frame it. And the Lions, again, they will also give out the second person's position. Blue goes for the swings, does a little bit of damage, but those are not the gunfights he should be taking with the Scorpion. Claude does get the refrag though, so Perza will fall. Blue now getting pushed out, and he needs to be careful. Copper Tiger will take out Claude as well, and that's the 2 main fraggers for WCU off the board. Fuel, again, they have a slight hope of surviving this one, especially if Drew gets overly aggressive here, and that is very likely to happen. Wings, again, doesn't spot the head just yet, but they could get now. Drone will save whoever was behind that shield for the time being.
And with a minute left, a lot of ground has been gained in a short amount of time for Fuel. First smoke's going to be going out. They've caught the shield in their favor now, so it's looking like a ticking time bomb. WCU, the onus is definitely on them to make something crazy happen, because as of right now, they are, in my mind, in serious danger of losing the round, especially when the cycle getting dragged out like that. It's all on Cam Levi to kill 4 players or to deny the plant. You've got Brendo going for the plant right now, and they will be finding both for cycle first and Cam Levi. So it's going to be another difficult setup, we'll say, leading to a loss for WCU.
You don't want to see the face that I'm making right now. It's a blend of pain and disappointment.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day has been ruined by that hold.
My night has been ruined. It's a 1:13 a.m. So yeah, my night's been ruined. It really feels like, and this is harsh. I know it's harsh, but it feels like WCU at this point didn't want to win. They're just bringing random operators going for the kills, and that's not something you can be doing when only 2 of your people actually fragging out. It's just been Claude and Livid. They were the first 2 deaths on WCU last round, and after that it was all just downhill. Recycle, Boo, and Cam, they couldn't do enough to salvage the round. I really hope WCU, either in this round or in the next one, they compose themselves, or they have enough composure that they actually just kind of properly hold another round. Their operator picks do reflect that, or at least indicate that that is going to be happening, but I don't know, they're all just sprinting around the map going for those kills, and I don't know. I'm frustrated.
It's alright. I mean, it does seem that WCU at least realizes that something has to change from the last round, and so they're going to be bringing out a Rook, something that we haven't seen yet. He's got a couple of impact grenades that he could use if they were trying to do a Maverick trick, but we haven't seen a single Maverick yet. But, you know, obviously there are things that you can do with that. They're setting up a lot of bulletproof cams, so in theory the intel for WCU in this round should be pretty immense. Especially if they're able to throw down those Aruni gates on like one of these more well-traveled hatches, they can sort of make it so that they aren't going to be getting attacked from so many vectors, and they can focus more on certain areas. And with, again, with those amount of bulletproof cams, that should be something that helps them win this round.
Yeah, look at Cam though. They have switched from the DMR onto the SMG. I want to know if that's just like a side preference or if they have something else in mind. But I do want to see how they do throughout the round with the SMG in hand.
I mean, you know, faster gun, faster headshots. Like, more bullets, more potential to get headshots. And so that's probably the idea behind that.
Yeah, but the DMR, it hits like a truck, though.
It definitely does. But, I mean, you're always trying to go for the heads.
Dude, just click the head.
Just click the head. Easy.
The head.
But
Really, that's simple.
Extra Thick Ella already in the thick of things and is going to be finding the Aruni. Ooh, that's the roam already off the table in a major aspect. Getting banged through the wall potentially, but he's unable to secure the kill. Good shot from Bruno on the line on the stairs. So, you've got equal trades as of right now, Boxing.
Ella very low on HP. They're still swinging this very boldly. They're also spotted in the bulletproof cam, so there's that. Claude with the pistol, probably out of bullets on the primary, gets taken out by the Gridlock, but deals out massive damage in return. I was almost sure Gridlock's still going to take the damage from the Aruni gate because they didn't wait long enough, but they somehow went through it unscathed. 3v4 currently. Feel they do have the upper hand, but WCU can still pull back. Livid's still alive on full HP as well, and they still have some utility in their pocket. Actually, just keep grenades. But, well, those tracks will miss, so there is that. That was the last set of tracks as well. Employ anymore. One smoke left in pocket. I want to see what they do with it. The Recycle takes so much damage, deals out none. Return finally taken out. That's a double for the Gridlock as we transition into a 2v4 in the final 50 seconds.
That leaves just Boo and Livid. One of the players you would love to see alive in this situation. If you had to pick one, it would definitely be Livid. He's able to take down one already. That's going to be Brendo, who is already out of util anyway, so all he would have been able to really contribute is the guns. And look at this. They've still got quite a considerable amount of util. They've got flashes, they've got Rotero drones, they've got literally everything to hit the site with in the last 30 seconds. So they do manage to find Livid. Boo able to get a good shot onto one of them, but Extra Thick's got the bomb. He's on the site. He's got a teammate watching over him from a different angle. He's got Shrimp inside of the laundry room. So, this is going to be a very difficult way to find your way back in for Boo.
Yeah, but no one's playing verticals. That's a problem. I really wish someone was playing above. It is a 1v2 post plan, and the secondary hard breach also deployed. Huck is going to use it to try and get an angle onto Boo. Boo has already crossed. He does hear one, I'm pretty sure, but he doesn't want to give away his position just yet. No pre-fires, misses, gets the defuse taken out by Shrimp, and we're just one round away off of either Western California winning this or going into overtime. There's no other option.
Uh-oh. This is Did something change, Boxy, or did they change Cafe Dostoevsky to make it an attacker side of map? Because this does not go how I usually cast these maps. But I mean, hey, Fuel, they're giving him the business. What else can you really say other than that? Extra thick Ella has been a huge aspect of their victory. Just better pinging, better swinging from the side of Fuel. And despite the fact that they didn't have the top-down approach, you can tell that Boo from how he was looking. He was constantly looking up at the holes in the ceiling, anticipating it. And so I feel like the fact that they didn't go for that kind of messed him up even more because it was less expected.
Yeah, just looking at the stats off of Cafe, it historically it's been 57% defender sided. So 57% of the rounds they go in favor of defenders. But if you just look at the stats from the Charlotte going on right now, Cafe's been played 7 times and it's actually 48% defensive win rate, which means attackers have been winning slightly more on Cafe than defenders. Yeah, you're welcome.
That is interesting, man. That's a little bit of a change from how it's gone in the past, outside of my experience, but I'm glad that I'm seeing it now. So, feel 1 round off of bringing it back into the potential for an overtime victory for themselves. WCU, I'm sure they're feeling this pressure a little bit. Obviously, you had a big score differential, and now you lost it. It's been a lot of losses in a row. That's got to weigh on you. But do you have the ice in order to get yourself out of the situation? That is the real question, Boxy.
I don't even know at this point, man. Whatever I say is going to happen is not going to happen, so I'm just going to...
The opposite of a caster's curse.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's been a wild game so far, and I'm glad that it has been a 1-0-7-0, but at the same time, it's like, whenever I think I know something's going to happen, it just the opposite happens, so... Limit going for the entry swing there, but Brendan's ready for it, and neither hits their opponent early on. It could have been very devastating, but we're still in a 5v5 for the time being. Limit, though, quite aggressive, goes for another swing off of a similar angle, decides to pull off at the last second, and that's probably for the best. Again, and Lot Die, WCU are pretty much done for. They should play conservatively.
Yeah, I like the Muse. He pretty much anticipated the lion ping coming in, so he put one down. Always got to keep one in your back pocket in case there's a lion. But yeah, he made it show that he can still keep his position and still move without the lion knowing where he's at. So I kind of like that. But at the same time, it doesn't really, nothing's really been done yet. So I'm still open to see who's going to be making the first blood here. Terror drones coming in, starting to wreak havoc on the site as well as the hashes, and with a minute and a half left in the round, better late than never for Fuel to start making the first moves.
Yep. There we go, though. The entry pick goes in favor of Fuel as they find Claude. And again, that is huge for Fuel. But, oh no, a suicide grenade from Bran. I guess they did some vertical stuff again. We've already commented on that before. Regardless, 50 seconds left. A bit of vertical pressure being created. The Lion scan's coming off as well. But defense, they're just chilling inside right now. Yellow and red pinks coming off to help them as well. And the attack, they need to start moving soon. Rotero drones will be used for vertical hold this time, or rather for opening hatches. And now Ella will have to drop down. I'm not sure if they actually droned it out, and that could be a grave mistake. At least they shot the Capcan off the door, and that's already something. But look at that. All 4 players are either on site or right next to it. That Fuel, they need to just push in. They need to go for those refrags, use their utility. And they're very spread out. 40 seconds left. Persa just crouching into the side, and no one's contesting them yet. They're looking in the right direction. Just now you'll get the wall bang. No, he doesn't do that. But he will get the one inside. He goes for the swing. Jaeger's fallen, and now a second one on the doors, but no, he's taken out from behind the couch. It's limited with the refrag. 3v3, 20 seconds left, but make that a 2v4. Copper gets 2, or a 1v3 rather, excuse me. All up to Livid. 1v3. Can he get him? No plan coming out just yet, but there we go. Shrimp finishes the round. We're going into overtime, and again, I don't know what I'm watching.
Wow,
perplexed.
Who would have thunk it though, Boxy? Who would have thunk it? After that side that WCU had, they were looking very dominant. Obviously, aside from Ella, they were looking like thoroughly the better team in my opinion. But when you switch things up, it appears that Fuel are doing just as good on the attack. Fuel's going to get another opportunity to go into this attack, which has been statistically, in this, apparently in Charlotte as well as this, is going to be, in theory, what you want to be doing. They have pretty much exactly the same lineup as they brought the first time, and I mean, if it's not broke, why would you fix it?
Yeah. I mean, right, in Fuel, they will be attacking, which is better for them, right? Actually, no, defense. Wait, well, attack has been winning. Yeah, excuse me. So attack's been winning. Fuel is on attack, meaning that in theory they should close out map number 1. Will they do it though? What do you think?
I think that there's still the potential for WCU to do something crazy.
Okay.
It's a start. It's a start that they brought the Jaeger, so they will actually be able to do some anti-util on the Cigar Lounge shield. So that's something that's going to be better than last time. So Livid's not going to just get instantly eaten up by a pixel peek or a grenade. So it should be a lot easier to hold that down. And Fuel, they have been getting a lot of these late pushes. So with the time that they're going to need in order to clear things out extended by a little bit, I'm a little bit worried about that. That's my biggest worry is the time box.
Attackers' objective is to defuse
That we haven't mentioned yet, by the way, going throughout this series, or at least I don't think we have, is that this was actually Western California's map pick. They had the 4-2 lead, and then they were in match point for so long, but they threw the lead against Fuel. And honestly, if Fanshawe Fuel come back on Cafe, I think they'll do even better. Their momentum going into their map pick of Chalet will just be sky high, and WCU, they won't be able to counter it. That's just my prediction. If we want Western California, or Colorado, excuse me, to even have a fighting chance going into Chalet, which already in their map, they need to win Cafe as well.
Detected a bomb.
Going for a drive.
Yeah. It's gonna be a very slow round. I'm anticipating a very slow round. It's always been like that for Fuel on the attack. But I'm very curious. Is he gonna try and stay here and get a peek on somebody? Oh no, absolutely not. He's going to stay. Oh my goodness, he almost got punished for that one. They saw him a mile away. Ooh, it appears that they've already lost the shield or even never put it down in there. So it's gonna be maybe a quicker push than I thought for Fuel. What are you gonna do against this for your WCU?
Well, the first thing that I would do if I was Fuel was I would put my top fragger, the Tin 6, off of my Thermite so that they could, frag freely. But that's not something that Fuel has been doing. Then again, they did just pull off a huge comeback to push this into overtime, so who am I to tell them what to do? Claude getting a little bit of gas there, but pulls off at the last second, saving his life again. But now the attackers they are, and they will get pushed out, naded out as well, possibly. But Boo with the entry pick onto Shrimp. That's no more Retero drones. It's Flores Falls. But again, with the aggressive screen, if they're not careful, they could lose their life. They actually get a pick. They increase WCU's advantage, and this could be one of those rare defender rounds that we go and keep the trend up. Copper Tire gets one onto Livid, and Claude falls as well. So that's two huge picks for Lion, but they also succumb to 2 shots eventually. Prismot might be triggered. 50 seconds left. A white flank is coming up, and it's just too much for the Finka. It's a triple for Boo. They finally fall. 1v2 now. And a 1v1 double for Perza. Can they get it? Whoever wins this is in a great predisposition to win this entire map in overtime. Perza looking in the wrong direction. Will they get shot out by Recycle? They haven't been doing well in this matchup. 3-8 versus 6-9 respectively. The plant will now be stuck. If there's no intel for Recycle, they're in big trouble, but they hear the plant sticking. They sprint up through the breach, and they get it.
Oh man, this is pressure as well and truly on Recycle. He's got a good ping. That is and they've still got some intel here. They're giving him live pings, and so he should generally know where he's at. That's a benefit that Perza does not have in his own favor. 25 seconds remaining. Recycle, is he going to try and stick it or bait him out? Yeah, he's definitely trying to bait him out. Perza going to take some shots, letting him know generally where he's at now. Recycle, really starting to lose this time. He's going to try and go through the wall, hold the wall, but Perza sees it coming, and he will be getting the 3K for the win.
That was such a great round from Western Colorado early on, and then the Lion just came in and said, nope, not today. Got a double, even a triple if I'm not mistaken, and the damage was Fuel. They pulled ahead, and they got it.
Yeah, Fuel now, for the first time of this entire series, in the... Well, sorry, aside from the first round of the entire game, they're in the driver's seat. It's been a long time coming, them getting back into this position. And so, them switching over to the defense, they're going to the same site, and this was the one, let's not forget, that they've had the most success on so far. WCU, they brought a million different comps. This time they're going to be bringing in the OSA. How do you feel about that?
I'm a fan of Osa personally. I have fun playing her when I'm, not doing comp, when I'm just kind of playing ranked or whatever with my friends. But she hasn't been doing well historically in, pro play or in competitive play rather. So I don't know. I actually don't know what the problem with Osa is. I feel like that would be an interesting in-depth discussion. She has a great gun. She has okay utility. She can be used to zone off certain angles. But again, just hasn't really been doing well in pro play.
And on the other side, you got the Thunderbird, who's not only a really good gun that you're bringing to the table, but you've also got the potential for them to heal after gunfights and a C4. So that's a huge, huge pick coming out from Brendo. I remember that a lot of the fights that Fuel were taking, they would take a lot of chip damage because WCU are partial to trying to shoot through the wall. And so that does sort of negate that threat in a lot of aspects. The thing that's difficult is that they don't have shields this time, and that was a major aspect of a lot of their holds on this site. So obviously they have a plan, but it doesn't involve a bulletproof shield.
Yep. I'm pretty sure Osa has only been played in 1% of all the matches historically, although she has been released quite recently, so that kind of makes sense-ish.
I mean, this is the first season that he's allowed in competitive play, so it makes sense. But
yeah.
BC. Go ahead.
No, never mind. Let's focus on the round at hand. Copper Tiger gets the entry once again. They've been relentless and crucial for their team in the last few rounds. On Lion, on Rook now, they're just putting in the work. Random with the C4 toss, but it's a little too deep, doesn't catch anyone sadly. And now the C4, the pressure C4 has been wasted. Would have been wiser to hold that, especially because Fuel they have been lacking in the late round and now, but it is what it is. The flashes are coming out. The Elsa shield are deployed on the windows as well. There are the Valkyrie cams as well, so there is some counterplay coming out from Fuel there. They just need one more round, while WCU they need to win 2 in a row in order to secure this one. Claude with the refrag though, so that at least the manpower is equalized right now. That's again huge for WCU.
Yeah, extra thick, trying the first run out of the game and instantly regrets it. Osa was totally ready for it, and so things are back even Stevens for WCU. Nade coming in, but it's going to be slightly off mark. Does a little bit of chip damage to Perza as per usual, but nothing too crazy. Also going to be picking up her shield and is going to be moving somewhere else with it. It seems that the play is now coming from a different direction. Osa now using it as a personal shield, walking on inside, trying to fully clear out this area as they realize the time is of the essence. Boo now dropping in. It's all hands on deck, but Cam Louie is going to be the first to fall as the site push commences.
Thunderbird gets one. Mute follows up with another one. What more will we see here? 2v4, but one of the players alive is Livid. The second one is Blue. They've both got some nice kills. Shrimp, though, will take out Livid as well. And it's shaping up to be a Fuel victory unless somehow Boo and Habana can win the 1v4 in the next 45 seconds. The X-Kairos launcher in hand, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't even get detonated as Perza goes for the aggressive swing into Cigar, and they win map number 1, which again was West Colorado's pick, and they threw their lead onto it.
Yeah, and with that pick out of the way, we are going to be going into Chalet, which will be allowing, I believe Fuel will be attacking on this map as well, and so
let me check.
They've been starting on the attack pretty much every single time. Not been having too much of a problem with the attacking side, but Chalet obviously is a map that has been more and more defender side as we've gone on, but I mean, after that Cafe performance, nothing would surprise me, Boxy. Nothing.
Yeah. Small correction. Fuel actually started off Cafe on defense. They defended first.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But they are starting Chalet on attack, so you're right about that one. And then, should we get to Theme Park, they will also be starting Theme Park on defense. So, yeah, just putting it out there. Honestly, like I said, I feel like WCU throwing, this whole map is just going to damage their momentum, their mental so much because it was their map pick, and I don't think we're going to be seeing a third map. I think Fanshawe, they win this one clean and simple, 2-0. Well, maybe not clean and simple because we did go into overtime on Cafe, but still, I do think that, there's just no way for Western Colorado to come back. And they can feel free to prove me wrong. I'd be happy if they do. I'm just saying it's unlikely.
I do agree that it's after that one, very more likely that Fuel are going to be taking this one, not just because they've already gotten their opponent's map pick out of the way and won on it, but also just how they were able to do it. Ever since they flipped over to the attack, they had like a little moment where they just, completely flipped the script on their opponents. Nothing that WCU seemed to be doing was working, and they were frantically trying to switch up their operators every single round. So you could see the franticness was playing out in them. I mean, obviously it's good to switch up your operators, but it would be like super drastic changes. And none of them really, really worked. And even when we went in overtime, they continued to streak onto the attack and onto the defense. So that's going to start to swell up in your mind thinking, all right, maybe we don't quite got this, especially with Ella fragging you out every single round, knowing that there's a guy lurking around every corner, potentially could be him. It's not an easy feeling going into a map with as many rooms and corners as Chalet.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be throwing it to a 5-minute break. Then we'll be back with map 2 and potentially map 3 should we get to it. So don't go anywhere. Grab a drink, go to the bathroom, and we'll be right back.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the match this evening. This is the NECC National Playoffs, and I'm joined by Boxy.
Hey, yo, it's me again. There's not much to say, really. We've seen a great game one, right? It was very, very close. It looked like a surefire game. It was, I think we were on 6-2 for quite a while. We were on match point with Western Colorado hitting it first, and then somehow, some way, Fanshawe, they clawed their way back into overtime, and they won in overtime eventually. It was 8-6 in the end. And again, wasn't even their map pick, so I'm scared to see what they will bring on Chalet, which is their pick. And speaking of Chalet, let's get straight into the bans for it. Predictions.
My predictions are out the window, man. After that last round, both Thatcher and Valkyrie being allowed in, that's just something I'm not used to. But I would
Shoot.
I'm still gonna say Thatcher. Still saying Thatcher.
Okay. Oh,
I was right. Thank God.
there we go. I say we just load Phantom Forces game. We settled it this way. I don't know what we're settling, but maybe we're switching our stream to Phantom Forces. Sure.
All right. Well, this next pick, I would probably guess something like a Flores, just to try and make sure that you completely take
Lion.
that off the table. But I mean,
Jackal, yeah.
obviously, it was possible that they would ban the Jackal as well. That was something that they banned the last round, and then proceed to go with a whole bunch of roamers on their team.
With how much Lion was ran by both teams, I'm surprised he isn't banned now, because it really felt like Lion was impactful in so many brought in, and that's not something you can always say. Teams need to know how to properly use Lion in order for him to be effective, but it really felt like both teams were getting their money's worth out of the Lion that they brought on Cafe. Third ban is going to be Cade, which is again to be expected. In the last one, it's a toss-up between probably Amira and Valkyrie. But again, we've seen Valkyrie fly last time around, so maybe Mira, question mark? She's not as strong on Chalet, though, I feel like.
Yeah, I feel like that too. There's definitely a lot of good counterplays.
Okay.
Ooh, Echo. That's not one I was expecting, but I can definitely see the merit behind it. Echo is typically used for, plant denial and stuff like that, trying to go into the late game and stuff. So I could totally see the merit in banning him. But I still think it would be better off banning a Valkyrie, because you got to get to the site first in order to make that Echo ban useful.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see how it unfolds again. The fact that Valkyrie is out there again is slightly concerning.
Not being used.
Yeah, and not being used. To be honest, I feel like it was mostly Fuel using her, because I remember complimenting Boo on using IQ to counter that. So I want to see what happens once we switch the sides or reverse the sides. But we're bringing a Thorn and a Rook and a Warden, and no one thought, hey, maybe I should just pick up a Valkyrie to help out my whole team with it.
Oh, you know what? Come to think of it, that probably is why they're allowing Valkyrie to slide, is because they're like, alright, if we see that Valkyrie is in, we'll just switch right over to IQ real quick, and we'll take out all the cams and make her just like a walking C4 and MPX. So that's probably, now that you mention it, why they're doing it, and using it to try and get rid of an operator that they are a little bit more fearful of, which it is potentially a very big brain thing to do.
I guess so, but it's still kind of, I don't know, it just makes your IQ player, they need to be very careful. They need to draw anything in front of them and then scan the entire map for cameras, which is just so time consuming. And I don't know, I feel like Echo doesn't give you the same problems. You can just leave the Echo up on the board. His drones are probably going to be much closer to side than the Valcans will be. If you want to play for that, then just ban the Valkyrie and bring the IQ when you see an Echo on the board. Same result, less hustle. No? Yes? Maybe?
I mean, maybe. They're
Maybe.
going to be already opening up this window, but, yeah.
No.
Sorry.
I was just looking at the shield shenanigans. It just feels like utilities being placed down without any afterthought. It's just like, hey, I still have this in my pocket. I'm just going to throw it down. And then you vault over it twice. And you're like, hey, this is not a good idea. I'm just going to move it. But the window in front of you has already been shot open because it's 40 seconds into the action phase. So time management and utility placement, boys and girls, look it up. Sorry.
Yeah, Boo's already thinking that that's probably going to be the most likely avenue of attack, and I agree with him. They've got the Thermite probably moving over to that position, if I had to take a guess. And they have literally nothing preventing him from just walking up to that wall and putting a Thermite charge on it. So I think that WCU are starting to realize, man, we kind of left ourselves open for this. You see Extra Thick already making his way over there, and the line will be slowing things down, so should be able to get this up and rolling without anybody trying to go for too audacious of a peek. That will be sight reached.
There's a little bit of chip damage coming out on both sides. Boo gets the entry, and that is the floor falling before he could really accomplish anything with the drones or flashbangs, but Extra Thick finds one. Boo with the second one, though. So WCU, they are in the driver's seat for the time being. Just over half the time gone from the round, and the attackers, they have some control. They have the breach open. They have some drones set up, I hope. And I do want to see how they execute onto the round. Boo being shot at, but no shots connecting as of yet. Smoke will obstruct the view for just a little bit, but Extra Thick equalizes the man count, gets a second kill, and now Shrimp, they're going for the plant. Extra Thick has to cover, but they will not see any C4s. Wallbangs coming out from Claude, but they're not hitting. The plant is out, Livid's down as well. It's a 3v2 essentially. But oh my god, you just get shot at from below. How are you not ready for that? Claude takes some more damage from the Trex fingers, and Shrimp is down there below. He takes her out. It's a 2v2 again. Livid is down. He's getting picked up, but you've used up so much time for that. Boo and Livid, they have their job cut out for them. Perza, Shrimp, both playing outside. No one's very close to the diffuser counter that, besides maybe vertically, so that's not the best idea. The air trap's finally being deployed on the door, so no one can rat out on Ego. But it may be too little too late. The diffuser being stuck. Perza gets the one, make that two. A Shrimp picks up the second one. That was so chaotic.
Yeah, Fuel clearly better at wall banging through the floor than their opponents were. Literally in the exact same position was the gridlock, but somehow managed to avoid getting shot by just about every single one of those bullets. I mean, so yeah, that's one thing that's definitely gone better for them in that round. If you're WCU and you decide to go for that site again, I would say that they got to pick, something like a Bandit. They're already trying to do something like that right here, right now. They're probably going to pick a Mira to do more or less the same purpose, making sure that they're not getting pushed up too hard on there, getting a little bit of intel on their reinforced walls. And yeah, that was also a little bit of an issue in their setup, is that I'm talking about this on a map that Valk is not banned on. They were struggling for intel. As soon as their opponents made their way in, they didn't really have any idea of what they were doing outside of the site. So Mira and the Bandit accomplishes both tasks very well, I feel, Box.
Can we talk about how the Malusi, which was Claude, I believe, just like in this round, they were down below, they were wallbanging the planter, they hit a few pop shots through the floor, and yet the attackers were still clueless and someone being behind them in fireplace, and they let someone get capped to the back of the head off of that flank, after already being shot at from there through the floor. How are we so clueless? That is something that I'm very, very mad at.
Well, I could definitely agree that that was a bit of a mistake on Fuel's part, but they did eventually manage to catch Claude out, and it didn't hurt them too overly much towards the end. So it was a good recovery from Fuel from a potentially devastating error. But now they're going to have to see how WCU does up against this radical change. Another radical change coming out after a loss for WCU, but this time I feel like it's going to be a really good one, and it's the changes could definitely lead to them winning the round.
Interesting thorn placement. I haven't seen it there, but then again, I haven't seen much thorn recently. We've seen a lot of operators that don't get much play today. Sorry, go ahead.
I actually really like that because, oh, boo. That's painful. Taking down one of your main fraggers, the Mira, that's going to be a tough one to come back from. But what I was saying is I like the Thorn placing them there because that was the main avenue of attack. They're just really making sure that their opponents can't come from the same spot that they did last time. Those Thorn charges being there, if all else fails, they will still be able to explode and probably even kill one of the players that's pulled for the plant.
To be honest, Thorn charges, they detonate so slowly. Usually you don't use them for kills or damage, but at least they're a very good indicator of where someone is. Speaking of good indicators, well, just getting on cams and seeing 3 enemies there because they forgot to shoot out the default cam, usually a pretty great indicator. Yellow ping's coming out to help as well. Please, Fuel, for the love of God, just shoot out those default cameras. Recycle first will get a kill off of that ping. That was extra thick. Falls. He goes for a second one, leans the wrong way, misses the shots, but that's a kill nonetheless. Not only onto extra thick, who's been the top fragger for his team throughout the entire series. That was also the only hard breacher that Fuel decided to bring. So again, a huge pick. Even if Livid died to a team kill earlier on.
Yeah, and so that's gonna make it so now, especially, they're not gonna be able to do the same thing they did last time. Ooh, they're dropping pretty dang fast now. It's all on Brendo and Copper Tiger trying to buy himself a little bit of breathing room by using his last EE1D, but that does not save Brendo's life. Then at the top of the stairs, and he will soon find himself on the wrong end of the gun of Cam Louie. So it looks like the changes definitely making the impact necessary in order to win this one, Boxy.
If we pretend the team kill didn't happen, it wasn't flawless. Did we give it to him or
I'll
not?
pretend. I'll pretend.
We'll pretend? Okay, let's pretend the airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. No? Song reference? No? Okay.
What, sorry, I didn't catch it.
Let's pretend that our night sky are like shooting
Oh,
stars.
yo, I love that song. Yeah, I do love that song. I get it. But yeah, so not going to be able to go on that side again, but bringing the Bandit in the mirror ever since that first round where they had absolutely nothing preventing them from breaking through the walls. Seems like WCU has truly learned their lesson. They're going with more or less the same comp pick, except for switching out the Malusi for the Rook on a... Usually I would expect to see Malusi on this side above all other ones, but I mean, the Rook could definitely be a good pick here as well. They have been getting shot a lot in the chest by Fuel, so it could definitely give them a little bit of an edge in that department.
Yeah, I mean, you worded it pretty much perfectly. Basement defense, it's not something we've seen most teams go for. It just feels like post the Chalet rework, basement has kind of been neglected. Both pros and just other comp players tried playing it for a while because it was one of the greatest sites in their memory. But on rework Chalet, it's actually pretty tough to defend, especially once the attackers manage to get a breach open, be that trench or snowmobile. So usually it's, you know, top floor first, then second kitchen, or bar even. It's between the two, and then the tertiary, if not the fourth side played, is the basement. But I don't know, what do you think of basement being played so early on?
I think the way that they're doing it is very precarious. If they can get one of those sledge nades in there, they obviously put down the mute charge there to make sure that a potential Rotero drone doesn't come in and blow up everything, but it still doesn't stop one grenade from coming in and completely eviscerating their entire setup and leaving them very vulnerable. From what I could tell from the setup, they don't have too much of a backline set up after that, at least on that site. So it's just a very easily counterable thing in my personal opinion, and it looks like they are already going to be doing that. So already going in to try to pick up the pieces once again is going to be the Bandit going in for the Bandit trick.
My biggest complaint so far is that we've seen the gridlock to shoot the main doors down. We haven't actually seen any drones used. Also, a failed Bandit trick coming out from Claude, and the breaches open up so early on. There is a mirror there and a deployable shield next to it, so at least that's going on for WCU. But they have forfeit so much control, so much power early on that I really don't want to see how they end up holding out in the next 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, a good thing going for them is they have 3 C4s. So with these black mirrors, and the setup that they have this backline, it's looking a lot better for them than I originally thought. Brendo is going to be able to take down the Cam, so that's a good first look for them, but the Thorn is pretty much already used for usefulness. It's not going to be that devastating as, ooh, Claude going for a nice peek upstairs. And Recycle Fur is going to be catching another one, not properly clearing out the other floors, and Claude clapping another one. That's Copper Tiger down. And just like that, what could have been a really good attack, or what I thought was going to be one, is quickly falling apart.
Oh, well, there we go. Speaking of the attack, Boo does get down on the swing through the thermite, rotated all the way around to also get a breach up on the bench. That's exactly what he's going to do there. But extra thick Ella taken out by Livid, who's now also going to be able to revive their teammate. Clawed down and killed by Perza, who's now left alone in a 1v3. Boo very low on HP, and Recycle first will throw themselves at Perza. So I guess winnable? Winnable? Question mark?
Not over. Absolutely not over.
I mean,
they
both
do
sides
finally find that default cam, but they do generally know where he's at. Now he can't deviate too much from that path because of the amount of time remaining. He is still going to come down those back stairs, and it doesn't seem like they've got too much intel over this way. Boo is obviously wary of it, so now he's going to make his way over there. He gets absolutely dumped on, though. But, ooh, the Thorn, just as you were saying, they don't kill people, is going to be the demise of Perza.
That is tragic. If the IQ elected to sprint through instead, they would have been out of the blast radius. They would have survived. And the last person alive, I think, was on 20 HP. So that was such a winnable round. I feel bad for Fuel. That was I've said it before when I said that I didn't think they deserved a few rounds that they've won. It was like always kind of just off of being lucky, off of WCU making huge mistakes. But last round, round number 3, was definitely one of the ones that Fuel they just off of that almost 1v4 clutch, and they ended up falling just short of it, and it hurts. My heart aches
I
for
mean,
them.
Perza was under quite a little bit of stress, knowing that he didn't have a whole lot of time left, and that he still had potentially another enemy around that corner. And so I think he just kind of freaked out as soon as he heard the thorn mine going off. Probably didn't even know generally where it was. Maybe he even thought it was like on the other side of the wall that he had just tried to peek around. Didn't realize it was actually behind him. Something that he could have probably figured out if he had had the time in order to properly check it out with his IQ. But either way, it's going to be a good round going in the hands of WCU. They're now going on to their tertiary site. And that last site that we just played, which the basement is usually the tertiary site. And so this is looking pretty good for WCU, assuming that they have a good setup for this one. I normally see an Rooney on this site, Boxy, but I mean, obviously they still have a lot of great stuff going here. Not a whole lot of area denial, which is something that's usually a staple, but I mean, I'm still open to seeing how they're going to be doing this.
Again, I'm not the biggest fan of the WCU operator picks. It feels like old Warden, Brook, and Thorn are all those niche operators that you can bring, you know, the maximum of 1 in a given round. So grenade denial, which has proven absolutely devastating for them in Cafe, where they threw. They have pretty much no wall denial besides the mute, but I feel like the mutes are going to get taken out extremely fast, so a bandit would have been very helpful here as well. They have no intel either, so it's just, I don't know if they're going for comfort picks or what, but I'm not a fan of it.
I'm gonna take the side of WCU a little bit here. Ying has been a lot more picked, especially you see Extra Thick picking her up now. So that's why Warden has actually gotten into the meta a lot more, because just the prevalence of Ying and how devastating she can be. Good shot from Recycle first. That's one of your major soft breachers off the table already. So all the soft breaching gonna have to be done by Copper Tiger.
Yep, he got recycled pretty fast there. Claude with a tail onto Ella as well. Really hasn't been finding their footing, the Ella that is, as much as they have been in game 1. And there goes your Ella. Speaking of, I think Ying was brought for the first time, and we've seen Warden almost every round when WCU are on defense, or at least every second round. So I don't think that's really a justification. We've seen Warden play so much before the Ying got brought that it's just, I'm not a big fan of it. Regardless, the Buddha get pushed out, stuck on the door frame, and eventually killed, but traded by Claude, so at least there's that 4v2 still for WCU as they are in the driver's seat. Ooh, what a shot from Claude! Make that 4! What a round from WCU as they again secure a round, increase their cushion lead up against Fuel.
Nice clean round from Claude once again. Those stairs are really his best friend on the last map as well as this one. So WCU having a pretty good defense. They haven't really had to switch things up too much after the first round. They've literally just been picking Mute, Rook, Thorn. They do sometimes switch in and out the Melusi, but ooh, just as I'm saying, they've come to a little bit of a meta, but they are going to be finally bringing out the Valkyrie in the master bedroom. I think that this is a good change as well. Last time they brought the Bandit as well as the Mira, which gave them the wall denial as well as the intel. Valkyrie does bring the intel, but if they do try and go for the wall again, I'm still a little bit worried about that, Foxy.
I don't know. Well, the Valkyrie, but you also mentioned that, you know, they could just see the Valkyrie bring the IQ. IQ's been picked initially by Perza. So Valkyrie, she has to be very careful with how and where and when, especially when she places her cameras. Place them out too early, spread them out across the map too much, and they'll all get taken out. Save them, you know, use them later in the round, and they could prove devastating for Fuel. Regardless, WCU, they've been doing pretty well so far in this matchup. They're 2 rounds up ahead going into round 5. And it could still be an even half, but again, WCU, they have been looking much stronger early game. Though I do want to say, I don't know, I don't want to say that they'll be winning Chalet too fast because we all know what happened on Cafe, I guess is what I'm trying to say here.
Oh yeah, it's been the inverse caster's curse tonight, Boxy. Whenever we say something's gonna happen, it doesn't happen. But Yeah, gonna be looking to do a little bit of wall denial here is mute, and that can definitely be good, but again, this IQ is gonna be one of the major things that could be a downfall for the side of WCU on this defense. And you're gonna have to put them in predictable places, and you can just shoot them through the floor in a lot of cases, but ooh, are you gonna expect Claude to be in that spot? Almost shooting one right in the face as soon as they pop in the door. Going in from a different spot for the drone season. That's good droning coming out from fuel, and that will force back the Malusi. But, I mean, at the same time, they, I don't know where else I was going with that.
Well, Claude gets the entry, that's Copper taken off. I was going to say I like the fact that the Gridlock is pushing in and being drone at the same time, but I would like for someone to help the Gridlock actually, you know, push out, go for the refrags. Droning is good, refragging better, or well, having both, I guess, is best. Regardless, some checks are being deployed, and there we go, the Evil Eye. The first Evil Eye actually finally being deployed. There goes the second one as well. But Livid, they lose 99% of their HP off of that. I hope the Evil Eye was worth it, as they'll probably get spotted and taken out by extra thick Ella. That's exactly what happens. And now all was in vain. Boo, though, hiding in the corner, just lurking there, gets shrimp father as well. It's a 5v2 with both Boo and Livid are low on HP. Claude now joins the club as he gets downed and needs to get picked up. He got down on the other side though, so it's going to be hard for them to be picked up, and Perza will make that impossible as they will finish Claude. Perza goes for the swing, looks in the right direction, but doesn't connect their shot just yet. Recycle, though, they definitely hit their shots. Extra thick Ella falls. WCU, they're in a 4v2.
Yeah, the biggest issue, aside from being down in the manpower-wise, is the bomb is also down on the site. That's a good little pickup from Brendo. But still, you've got the bomb down on the site. Your opponents know generally where you're going to be coming from. So that, with 40 seconds left, you're pretty much going to have to try and just brute force your way in there. You have a grenade in your back pocket, and they don't have any util denial like we brought up earlier. So that grenade could very well find its way into another kill, especially Livid, because he's just so low health. Even the tiniest grazing of the grenade will kill him.
Oh!
It's going to be going in. It actually takes down somebody else, so it's basically 1.01 per people left for Cam. He's going to try and keep him alive at this point. He's trying to keep them stuck out of this wall. But the bomb diffuser has been picked up, and they will be going for the hot plant. We'll lose one along the way, but the plant will still go off regardless.
Rook is just crawling on the floor, trying to be the intel giver. The plant goes down, so now the defenders know where the last attacker is. Anyways, they will hit Rook in the leg any second now. There we go. Perza actually gets to finally shut down by Cam, but it was, again, way too comfort. Fifth round goes to WCU, and they now have a huge lead over Fuel. I was going to say, I wasn't a fan. When it was, I think, a 3v3, 3v2, something like that, just before the plan, we had Boo, who was extremely low on HP. We had them rat in a corner in Piano, and then we had Cam swing off of the master hallway. And with how low Boo was, Cam was just being way too aggressive, but it ended up working out for them somehow, some way. It was way too big of a risk, and that was one round at WCU they really shouldn't have won.
All right, but they are still going to be chalking it up to their fourth round. Going back to Wine Cellar, this site surprised me a little bit. It's usually one of the sites that you don't like to go for very much. But again, WCU held it very, very well. Despite the mess up on the bandit trick, allowing the wall to be open, their fallback line was incredibly strong. And Claude being able to go on those flanks and shoot the people that are trying to get the vertical peaks is absolutely huge once again. So, I think coming into it this time around, in order to counteract that, Fuel are probably going to be a lot more careful about droning in, making sure that they, completely clear the top floor or whatnot before they try and hop in any windows or anything like that, because those were where two of their most devastating kills came from in the last round.
Yep. Again, you're spot on. I just have nothing else to add to that, honestly. But we're seeing the basement defense again, and that makes me anxious. We already touched upon why we don't usually see Snowmobile being played in comp, maybe in ranked every now and then, but white teams usually play other sides. We haven't actually seen Kitchen yet, I believe, right? This is round 6.
Yeah, we have not seen Kitchen yet.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I usually would expect to see Kitchen a little bit more than this site, but, I mean, obviously the strat is there for WCU, so I am not going to down it by any means necessary. Oh,
Well-
this time around, I think Thorn probably going to be enticed to throw that Thorn grenade in the same spot once again because of how she was able to get a kill with it. But now, Fio, I'm curious to see how they come in at it this time around. They're going for a lot more of an up from a top-down approach, like I was suggesting that they probably would, because a lot of their kills that were gotten against them were done by roamers. So this time around, they've got the gridlock. They don't really have too much else in terms of anti-roam, and ooh, they're able to catch out one already. That is a great start for the guys on Fuel.
Yup, Recycle First has been having a much better game here on Chalet compared to their Cafe performance earlier, where they were on Jaeger a lot, but they ended up just getting picked in the first 30-40 seconds, really didn't contribute anything besides the bar wire and the ADSs. So I'm glad that besides this round specifically, they've kind of been pulling their weight at least. But on the, I don't know, at the same time, Livid, look at them, 1 and 3. They went huge so many times when their team needed them on Cafe, and they've just been extremely silent. Which I guess it doesn't really matter, right? WCU, they're 3 rounds up ahead. I just find it very funny that one of their top performers stopped performing, and that's when they started winning.
I mean, hey, sometimes some people on a team pop up, and then the others, you know, pick up right for them when they need them. Livid, he's in a role where he's doing a little bit more of, you know, being the anchor, pulling down on site, getting intel with the mirrors, and just letting his teammates try and frag out. Claw's been doing a pretty good job of that, picking up Perza again, just as I'm saying that, giving him praise for killing people, goes and kills another. And extra thick Ella getting already shot back from those footholds that he made. But yeah, it's everybody from WCU has made their way back down onto the site, so the roaming phase has thoroughly ended. They can know that for certain, but they still don't really have a strong way into the site. They haven't done anything about the garage door. They've got a couple of top-down views, vertical angles, the hatches, but
Oh god,
if they can just
oh
stay away from that,
god.
which unfortunately Livid can't, then they might be a little bit out of luck.
That was such a horrible bring around Rosie to watch, but Claude with the triple as they drop the hatch. Boo will get taken out as well, so it is a 2v2, but Sledge, they're insane. That's 4 for them, can then make it 5. They destroy the ADSs just for good measure. Oh my god, this could be shaping up.
Ace,
Yes,
baby!
let's
There you
go. Yep. Unrelated, but I've realized I've casted the entire game 1 and half of game 2 with my window open, and it's 2 a.m., so my neighbors, they're gonna be very mad tomorrow.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm sure if you explain it to them real nicely that they'll understand. But
Yeah, no, they
yeah,
won't.
either way, good way to end the half for Fuel. It was very, very close, and it was all up to Brendo with the ace. Literally could not have done it without him. But yeah, WCU now going on to the attack. At the second half of the last map, it was where things really started to go south. They got one round and then just loss after loss after loss. And so it was also in part because they made crazy, crazy picks for their operators. And we're already starting to see that the first time we were seeing the Cali of this series, Boxy.
Yeah. We've seen so many different operators today that you don't usually see, at least not often. It's been an interesting one. Like, honestly, this matchup has been anything but stale, and I'm for it. As much as I complain about certain things, I'm the fan of variety, figuring out what works, what doesn't. Keep in mind, these playoffs, the NECC Nationals, they are double elim, and we will be following the loser of this game into the second game as well. So nothing is lost. Even if you lose this series, you're still in contention for the $525 that are promised to the winner.
Yeah, and you still get to get casted, so that's a double benefit. But yeah, WCU, they're bringing in the Cali, obviously, because they want to make sure that they can break that wall open. They're thinking that their opponents will probably bring some bandits or a mute, and they brought both. So they're going to use her in order to make the wall penetrable by Ace. Although Cali is not the most favorite operator for this task, I think that maybe Boo is just going to try and get his phase pomage on, get his snipe on, 360 no-scope some people.
Well, if only you did casted a Call of Duty game, so I think you're getting your snipers confused, but if that happens and we get a 360 no-scope, then man, I'm shaving my head.
Shaving your head? Oh, I'm going to hold you to that, 100%. I want to see it now. Boo, if you're watching right now, which you shouldn't be, but make sure you go and get that 360 no-scope. Style on him is, extra thick.
No.
Gonna be opening things up onto the IQ. Not really been used too much for utility by WCU, but still, that is gonna be a 3 key player off the board.
Yep, extra thick though. They got droned out. They got spotted. They got the kill. Oh, no, it wasn't a 360. At least we didn't see it, so I'll choose to believe it wasn't. But regardless, we get the kill with the Kali, so she's already been worth bringing. They also made the breach openable, along with Ace, that is. And now Rataku's going to be swinging just that. The smoke canister, just a little bit of damage to M. They will live to fight another day. And now the 8 takes just a little bit too much. Shots are not connecting, but they will hit their shots for the falls. Nice clean headshot. Boo opens up the wall a little bit, holds a very long angle. +1 doesn't quite hit their shot either. And it's just a missing shot fest at this point.
Yeah, and that right there, that little exchange is why you bring the ward in. All 4 of the Candelas went out at once. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to hit too many people on the site. Oh, and just as I'm saying this, Copper getting whittled down to just little old him on the piano heady. Seeing one around the corner, but can't turn back in time. Cam Louie will be taking this one, and so got our first 1 round on the opposite side of start from the side of WCU. Do you think, based off of that round, that it's going to be a similar thing that happened to them last time, where they struggle after the first round, or do you think that they are going to be able to slam the door shut on Fuel on this map and then go into our overtime map?
Whatever I've said hasn't happened. I said WCU, they'll do horrible here. Their mental will be chalked. Fuel, they've pulled off a huge comeback on a map that wasn't theirs. They'll excel on their map pick, and that isn't the case. But either we have WCU win this flawlessly, or at least very cleanly. We go to the 3rd map nonetheless. Or we have Fuel somehow pull off another comeback just like they did on Cafe, and it's a 2-0. We'll be seeing a lot more Siege in the next few hours regardless.
Oh yeah, we're going all night, ladies and gentlemen. We've got
quite
another
literally
match after
for
this,
me.
and that is the best of things. Yeah, quite literally for you. You'll be up until the morning.
I gotta be somewhere at 1 p.m. I hope I get a few hours of sleep before that.
Yeah, I'm hoping so for you too. All you can do is just pray that WCU seals the deal in the next couple of rounds. Sorry, or that they get... I don't even know, that they get come back on by Fuel, I guess. But yeah, they are going to be going with literally the more or less the same setup here for Fuel and more or less the same setup for WCU. So I think it's just going to come down to... I think they more or less think that it was just not our setup, but our execution of the setup that made us lose that one. And so they're also knowing generally what their opponents are wanting to bring to the fight, so they can be a little bit more prepared in where they decide to position themselves and who they decide to peak in terms of the collie.
Ella playing the same exact thing, and I get that they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but at the same time, you got a clean entry, then you had 2 people chase you off of where you were playing. I'm not sure if doing the exact same thing again with the same set of utility next to you is the best idea, because you're probably going to get shut down, at least if your opponents are smarter than 3rd graders and know how to adapt. And I do think that WCU rather, will do just that. If you pick goes to Rendo this time around, Boo will be the first one to fall. Recycle will refrag almost immediately, so that's the Kali and the Thorn off the board. Both had a lot to contribute during the round, but neither will be able to do that.
Yeah, and the Kali especially, that's their way in, more or less. How are they going to get rid of this now? They're going to have to throw some nades at the floor or something. I really don't know how they're going to be able to adequately get in there now. That Amaya Charge not managing to save him from the Candela, so he's looking to get pinched out now. This has always been their first step, WCU, on this attack. The shield is the one thing that's saving him, and they don't really have anything that can take care of it. So Extra Thick is going to be feeling a little bit extra cozy on these stairs, especially now that I believe Cam is still there looking to get the better of him. He is going to be hitting him with the Candelas, but
no, Cammy.
He doesn't have faith that he flashed him long enough to go in for the hit, but he will get him on the second attempt. Took quite some time to do that, though, Boxy.
Yeah, definitely the Wamai just burned so much time there, and honestly, just chug another Candela. You have 4 Cam. If you're not sure if the first one hit, just chug the second one, burn that through it, they get blinded. That's simple. Regardless, 1 minute left. It is a Claude very low on HP and no way into the site, like you mentioned, because the Kali died on entry. Smoke canisters being deployed a little bit early here for my liking, but if they get the job done, then who am I to say no? People are tossed out, fall short, doesn't end up mattering. Nice shot from Shrimp though onto Livid. Can he replicate that? One more. The Candles are coming out. The Cam just walks into the smoke canister, sprints through it now, loses 50 HP, looks the wrong way. Urza takes him out. Ace finally gets the breach open, but it's all up to them. 20 HP, diffuser in pocket. Not much utility to play off of, nor intel. Shrimp is there ready with the MP5K, finishes the round, and it was a clean one for the defense.
Yeah, one of the major differences is obviously that they were able to get rid of the Kali so early. Literally, the only reason why they were able to break down that wall that they went in to go and plant on after the fact was Kali being alive and being able to break it down. That was also where a lot of the good use of the Candelas were able to come from, just suppressing the people on the site, saying, "Oh, you can't peek us, only Warren can peek us," and they had one player. It would have been a 1v1 there between those two players, and they had the pre-aim. So yeah, the loss of the Kali really did change things, because they're still going to be bringing it, not really changing things up too much, except for the fuse, obviously, trying to get a little bit of a vertical angle on them and rain down hell from above.
Well, Kamika, I just want to point out the fact that going into round 8, WCU, they were 3 rounds ahead. Going into round 9, they're 2 rounds ahead. And, you know, we've seen that somewhere before.
And I want to point out the fact that WCU has a fuse and Fuel doesn't have a Jaeger or a Mine, so they are quite literally sitting ducks on this site if they decide to stay on it.
The amount of rounds we've seen without grenade denial and no grenade kills is actually both painful and hilarious. We have seen a grenade down on Chalet, and before that, the only grenade kill that I can think of, I think the only grenade kill in the entire series, was the suicide that we've seen from, I believe it was Brando on Cafe?
Something like that.
I think that was the only kill with a grenade we've seen, like an actual confirmed kill, not just a DBNO situation. And that is interesting to say the least, but to each his own.
You're forgetting about the Thorn grenade. It's still a grenade.
Yeah, but it's a defensive grenade. We're talking about grenades that could be countered by either Romai or a Jaeger.
Yeah, I'm just messing. Alrighty, Recycle looking to do some roam clearing as you would pretty much expect. Fuel. That's the one thing you have to really worry about with this setup, is because if you can make sure that nobody is chilling off site, then you can confirm that they're on site, which makes the fuse pick even more beneficial.
Did you just see that? The strat coming out from WCU was Kali literally said, "I'm gonna stand with my gadget in front of the barricade. You shoot it down so I can shoot my gadget and get out of there," which was the worst thing I've ever seen. If anyone was anywhere close to fireplace or bar, Kali would have been dead meat. And wow, just drone out fireplace first and then shoot your things. I don't know. I know you're trying to go for an early execute, but a minute has been lost regardless. It was so risky and so reckless, and you gained nothing out of it. And now I'm mildly irked by WCU and their planning. Kind of hope you'll get this one.
He's just abiding by Sigma rule number 40, which is never drone, only swing. But, yeah, he does eventually pay the price for it.
Okay, good night.
Yeah, there goes the fuse. Exactly what we're worried about. With the roaming phase over, they can generally anticipate where these guys are at, and there's another one. Oh man, they're really gonna have a Jaeger after this.
Make it
absolute chaos on the site. Gonna be looking to hot drop in here soon. The good thing for Fuel right now is that they only have one more fuse charge to survive, and they have the bomb down on the site, so they are still, in theory, in a good spot.
The fact that the second fuse kill only happened because the Goyo canister prevented the person from escaping is hilarious. But back onto round, Persa gets the kill. Cam Louie gets one onto Brando because Brando was just AFK in the corner, standing at the person that was pushing them. 2v2 now, make that a 2v1 as Extra Thick finds Livid. And it's all up to Cam to clutch this one out. No flashes to burn out the Runegate, so they'll have to think of something else. Maybe even tank it. That's exactly what they do. But it's a 1v2 Extra Thick. Playing far away, Persa playing close. Can they get a nice fire going on? But there we go, Extra Thick finishes it off. Fuel gets the round, and I called it. For once, the opposite of Caster's Curse didn't happen.
Oh, you were spot on that one, Boxy. I was
maybe.
It looked like I was right to be concerned about the fact that they had fuse, because they were able to get quite a considerable amount of kills on it, cause a lot of chaos on the site. But unfortunately, they lost too much along the way, namely the Kali. like you said, a little bit how do I put this? A little bit not advisable the way that she tried to go for those swings without even trying to get any intel, and they could have literally had anybody offsite and try and shoot her from an above angle. And so I think that's something that WCU has to invest a little bit more time in next time around is going for a little bit of droning offsite, especially because if you can confirm that they're all on the site or not really roaming too much, you can get so many fuse kills. That's something that I feel they should have been a little bit more on top of, but it's going to be
Defenders, protect your
still
bombs.
losing them another round, and Fuel are dragging themselves ever closer to WCU yet again.
I think you're focusing on the wrong things, though. Looking back at round 9, yes, it was a horrible, chaotic round, and I don't want to ever see a repeat of it. But we finally got to see, which was a first in 9 rounds or 10 now.
Is that the silver lining for you? We got
Yes,
to see Kitchen.
we got to see
Okay.
Kitchen. I'm very happy.
All right. Well, I mean, at least we got to see Kitchen, and at least Fuel for their until are going to be able to win another round, getting themselves ever so closer to WCU once again. As I said, they've got themselves inside of one of the more
Attackers must
the
locate
gaming
and
site,
defuse the bomb.
one of the more advisable sites that people typically like to go to. In a pretty dang good setup, a lot of delaying things, pretty much like
Oh,
three
no,
quarters of their
Brand.
team are
No.
delay characters. So I think that this could definitely be a lot better of a site hold than we saw from WCU.
The attackers bomb
Yeah,
diffuser
that
is
aggressive
dropped.
swing from Capcan is very risky. In my mind, I don't know why we'd be doing that, but there we go. Copper, I was just going to talk about them. They were 0-8 before this gunfight on Jaeger. Again, not something you want to do, but at least they're 1-8 now, so that's a little bit better. Extra thick falls to Livid shots, and finally we're seeing some movement out of Livid, which again isn't something we've been able to say on Chalet so far. Brendo holding up in Master Bedroom, but Copper picks up a second through, I believe, the hatchy up. There it is, highlighted beautifully by Apollo, our last second observer. Thank you all for subbing in. We haven't mentioned you yet, and we're almost halfway across our series, so that's on us.
Yeah, I like that they've got the Goyo right underneath the hatch, so they can. Oh man, I just noticed the fact that they brought Fuse again. So the fact that they've lost control over this top area is going to be a little bit difficult, but they do have a little bit of good counter Fuse action. They've got plenty of C4s to throw back up at them, and they know exactly where they're at now. So the push comes from Capcan, able to get out without a scratch, even with Claude coming in along the side. Huge plays from Brendo once again. You're able to take down not the Fuse just yet, but still got someone on the outside. You're gonna be able to take him out as well. It's all on the Fuse. You know where he's at. Once again, he just announced his presence to you. So I think it's only a matter of time before Fuel plays off this intel and finishes up shop.
Well, Perza got the case here. They can just chill. I don't know why they're swinging. They can hold a diffuser. Fuse has also been spotted on the camera in extra thick Ella. They've exited server. Maybe a rage quit, maybe just a technical mistake. I guess we'll find out between the rounds. 1 minute left. Boo has 52 bullets in their LNG before they have to reload, and I don't think they're ready for Brendo. Perza still patiently waiting on the diffuser, which means that they are, in theory, separated enough for Boo to take 2 separate 1v1s, and that may be an oversight on the defensive side, but Boo wisely uses his time, goes on a drone, spots the Melusi, goes for the swing, doesn't quite connect because the Melusi is playing this safe now, and I do appreciate that. Tying out, Brendo swinging, gets the kill onto Boo, and that's another round for Fuel as they equalize the scoreline 5-5, as we call a technical timeout.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ella did have a little bit of a lag out, and so we are going to be just waiting until they get back. But yeah, Fuel, we've seen it in the first map, and we're starting to see it again now that they had a good start, but the finish has just been the major difficulty for them. They had a huge lead on Fuel, and here we are right back to square one once again. 2 rounds is all that is necessary for either team in a row in order to win this one. So I think that I think especially with the hot hand that Fuel has right now, that they could probably make the comeback successful. I mean, WCU, they have brought some strategies that granted are out of the box, but are working a little bit like they've picked up on the fact that their opponents bring absolutely no util denial and have brought the Muse in to punish that. But it's just the fact that they don't really have a whole lot of intel going on here, and they just get shot in the side when as soon as their opponents know where they're at with their superior intel. So it's the major thing, moral of the story. that's separating these teams is the intel use of fuel.
I pray to God that Fuel didn't just demolish their momentum by extra thick Ella disconnecting at a very unfortunate time. They just tied it up. They were at an all-time high, and now they are on a break. They have to wait because apparently, according to Chad, Ella's power went out and they're coming back in a sec. But, you know, WCU, they have some time to talk it over now. They can go like, hey guys, what are we doing wrong? We had another 3-round lead and we threw it. Fuel, they need to keep their momentum, though, and that's a hard thing to do when you're just sitting in a lobby waiting, not playing. So, again, I don't know. I just feel like this came at the worst possible time for them, and let's see if they manage to prevail through it all.
Well, we'll be seeing just if they do or not. They, again, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're just tuning in the series, Map 1 did go into the hands of Fuel after quite the significant comeback on Cafe Dostoevsky, and we're seeing something similar starting to happen on Chalet. Will it come to fruition just like it did on Map 1? Will we be seeing history repeating itself? Find out after this break. We'll be right on back as soon as Ella's power comes back on. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, Extra Thick Ella has gotten their power back and will be rejoining the game after a little bit of a break. Now, one thing that you were mentioning, Boxy, is you're worried that this could have an impact on the momentum factor for Fuel. Do you think that the length of the break is going to be doing that now that we've come to the end of it?
I mean, normally I'd say yes, absolutely. I think it'll be detrimental to how the rest of this map plays out. But today, every time I've said something, with certainty, it just didn't end up happening. The flip side of it.
Bomb
So
located by attackers.
who knows, really? But for those of you that may have missed it, this is the second map in a row where it was a 5-2 score in favor of WCU, and somehow Fuel clawed their way back and equalized the score. We're on 5-5 now, and if Fuel win just 2 more rounds, it's going to be a 2-0 series in the NECC National Playoffs.
You know what they say, Boxy? It's not how you start the race, it's how you finish the race. And that's how it's been for Fuel the entirety of the night. This time around, though, WCU coming with a lot more meta of a pick, that be even as much meta as you can have with the Kali. But, I mean, they've been using her pretty decently when they haven't been just, trying to fly around corners and take some snipes with her. But, yeah, it's... believe it or not, this is the first time we're seeing the Maverick all night. So on this site, I think that the Maverick can definitely be incredibly beneficial to them, especially if they lose the Kali.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that the only hard breacher they went for is Ace. It feels like Ace recently has kind of been one of those more fraggy operators. And I know it's counterintuitive, but usually teams for breaches, they've been bringing Habana and Thermite recently, and then just kind of having Ace for the gun for the utility. But he is the only hard breacher that WCU decided to bring, if you don't count Maverick, which is more for, not actual hard breaches, but more for lines of sight and such. So that's something that kind of stands out to me. Again, not a fan of the Thorn pick, but it kind of ends up working out. Gridlock's one taken out, and not only is she one of the few positive people on her team, she also had the LMG, the track stingers, and the smoke grenade, so there's a lot of utility off the board grade early pick, and now there's a lot of room for contention close to those Ivy stairs. There's players from both teams playing there, but it's going to be Claude evening the score line, or the man line out, rather, as Brando called for a 4-4.
And this was the difficult part last time for WC when they were trying to clear, is getting the roam clear. They do finally get control over the stairs. Kind of, I think they forced back the player on there just a little bit, but it's not looking good. It's not looking like it's going to be worthwhile for them as they lose another player. That's recycled down for the count. Unlikely to get picked back up in his current position, especially with Extra Thick staring down the barrel at him. Maybe they're just going to be trying to use him for a little bit of intel. They know now exactly where Extra Thick is at, but they fluffed the shots. That was a huge opportunity to kill one of the best players on the other team, and that is going to be coming back to haunt them, I would only have to think, Boxy.
4v2, Boo just above 50 HP, Claude far under it, and Boo taken out. That triple for Extra Thick Ella right after the reho they hopped on Jaeger, decided to end careers of WCU. And oh no, a team kill is Perza falls. That's your teammate you're aiming at. Mind your fire. Triggered discipline is a thing that's thought for a reason, but it doesn't matter as Extra Thick finds 4 in the round with the 416C Carabine and propels their team forward once again onto match point and series point.
Yep, match point. Or it's going to be overtime point. WCU, they literally need to win this round. Otherwise, they're going to the losers bracket right here, right now. Fuel, all they need is just one more. They're safe as it gets. So if they can... Oh, yes. They're finally bringing some anti-utility up against the Fuse. They've got the Wamai and they've got the Jaeger. Learning the lessons of the past, they will finally be investing in that, and this Fuse pick is not looking as good as it was before.
I was gonna say it's the Jaeger and the Wamai pick are a little too late, but honestly, Fuel, they're a round up and they still have a whole map ahead of WC, so it's not even really too little too late. They can lose this comfortably and then maybe even lose over time. And yeah, they're still my favorites even for theme park if we do it, just with how resilient they've been. WCU, they bring out something new. They demolish Fuel for a few rounds in a row, and then Fuel have enough of it. They go like, you know what? We're just gonna do exactly what we need to counter you guys, and they just pick apart WCU. So Fuel, they're my favorites, even if we somehow, someway end up going to theme park. But honestly, I don't think that's going to be necessary. I think we're going to have a regulation win, and if not, definitely an overtime we're for fuel here. So I may have just jinxed it. That's also very possible.
Yeah. And I mean, they are going in very hard on the fact that they think that this fuse pick will work, because all they've got really are soft breachers and anti-roam. So they are going to be also depending on the fact that one of their entry fraggers doesn't die, because he is their only source of hard breaching, bringing the hard breach charges Claude. It's going to be a really interesting thing to see if he's actually able to put those down. So they need to keep him alive now as well. So I'm anticipating that it's going to be a top-down clear. They've got the visual sitting here waiting for him. He's going to spot one. He sees the chest of him, but sees the chest of Boo, but cannot quite get around that shield. So intel being gained for WCU to try to get this push successful.
If only Brendo had like a very funny small round Pokeball on his throw at that particular shield, that would be very, very good for it, wouldn't it?
Window shield set up.
Oh, well, Pokeball can't be used anymore. Brendo will fall 13, 10, and 5. That's possibly all he could contribute in this round. 1 minute gone, and we've only seen a lot of breakdancing on those windows, but now the attackers are finally pushing into Solaris as well. And there's a lot of people congested on the side or right above it, but that's all they have going on for them. Fuse Charge will deal so much damage to Jaeger, and that's ironic by itself, but Recycle first finishes the kill with the second Fuse Charge. Third deployed and activated. Let's see if we can get a few more. Bandit tricking coming out at the last second, but will not be enough, I feel like. 5v3, T4 comes out, full short, doesn't even do any damage to the floor lines, and will keep deployed as we near the 90-second mark round.
Oh man, I guess the fuse strat is on point, man. It's all on Shrimp Father versus 4. They're gonna go to OT, man. The fuse strat. Who would have thunk it, Boxy? They are gonna be pushing this one in just a little bit longer and keeping their chances for a map 3 alive.
Recycle put everyone else in the bin. Literally.
Literally?
Literally. In the
Literally.
bin.
Yeah, I mean, Fuel, they did pretty... Most of their wins came on, like, on the defending side, if I remember correctly. So the fact that they're going to be on that again, still feeling pretty good. That last round is going to leave a bit of a bad taste in your mouth, so you're going to be looking to get away from that as quick as possible. Bandit pick, Valkyrie pick, Thunderbird pick, this is all looking really, really good for them. Fuse, I think that they're going to be switching off of it this time, to be totally honest with you, when they see the fact that it's the master bedroom site as well as a Jaeger is going to be there.
I feel like, especially, post the Fuse rework of Fuse being able to fuse through reinforced walls, master bedroom is one of those sites where you especially want to bring a fuse, because you can just put the fuse charges on the breach where you want to breach, clear out all the utilities there, maybe on the breach, around the half wall, and in a bomb site itself. So I'm glad that we are staying on the fuse, and hopefully we don't repick off of him, because you can pick fuse for the verticality, and that's what they've done in the kitchen attacks. But fuse now post rework has so many other use cases, and why not showcase them all? Recycle has only been doing well on that fuse. Let's be honest. I think 5, if not 6 of their kills are coming from the fuse. Everything else is kind of just here and there on the Jaeger on defense, sprinting around. Let's maximize that.
Yeah, the thing that I'm most worried about is the fact that they have the fuse, but they don't have anyone to deal with the bandit trick. That's what I was mostly thinking they could switch out the fuse for, is someone like even a Kali just come in and get rid of the bandit charges, because with those bandit charges there, you can't do really much of anything.
Fuse the wall. It's gonna destroy the bandit charges. If he tries to bend the trick, it's gonna destroy him as well. All there is. Very simple. Regardless, though, the C4 getting tossed out, no one there to catch it, but it will destroy your own mute jammer, so that's not something you want to do, mute. Maybe write that down for the next round. Tiger takes up a lot of damage, but their Thunderbird, they'll just heal up with those donut stations. Meanwhile, Blue deploys the Osa shield in the master bedroom window, trying to find a pick, but doesn't hit any just yet. Claude does spot a C4 through the wall, pings it, and I think takes it out, so that's a huge thing to do early on. Brando just sprinting around below, probably using those vertical cameras to get some picks, but none have happened just yet.
Yeah, one thing I do know though, Foxy, is if they do get that wall open, it is going to be hell on earth for fuel. You're gonna have the fuse charges, the candelas. You're gonna not know which way to run to get away from the fuse charge. But yeah, it's all a big if, and it appears that he's not looking to use them on that wall. It is still going to be bandit tricked. So he's opting to use them on the windows instead, not really yielding him the effort that he wants. They do find the Thunderbird though, so that's going to be at least a little bit of a good thing going for them as they lose the line and the Osa.
Yeah, especially Line being down so early is horrible for the attack, but now also Ace takes a lot of damage, gets extra thick, so it's worth, but Shrimp gets recycled in return. Claude low on HP, Cam still at full 1 smoke and 4 Candelas in pocket, but they gotta survive. That doesn't happen though. Brendo gets a double on the round. It's all up to Claude to clutch this one up. They're low on HP, Diffuser in pocket, 3 breaches and an AK, but is that enough? Only Brendo has suffered any damage from the defensive side, and they can heal up with those Konas regardless, so it doesn't even matter. 40 seconds left. Claude needs to push, but they're just stalling, doing nothing. It's not something you want to do. Or even his Claude still on the window behind that Osa shield finally goes down, but it's too little too late. As now we're just counting down the seconds as Fuel are about to secure the first round of overtime and again put themselves on not only match but series point.
Yep, not a lot of time for anything from the Ace,
okay.
and it goes just about as well as you think. Brendo on the cutoff angle, nice and ready to shoot him in it. So, yeah, I mean, he went for it. He tried to use the charges on the walls in order to make himself a quick opening to sight. Fortunately for him, that time those ones weren't bandit tricked. So, I mean, if he wasn't standing there, he could have maybe done it. But Fuel still going to be taking their defense, going on to the offense now. They didn't even really do that bad when they were on the offensive side, although most of their wins did come on the defensive side. They still were able to, mess with WCU on quite a few rounds, especially towards the end of the half.
Yeah, we're seeing a repeat of Cafe Dostoevsky, and we've seen how that one ends. So Fuel, they're almost surefire to win this series right here on the snowy Alps of Chalet, but they're still 1 round away, so WCU, they shouldn't be counted out just yet. Oh, they're walking a very, very thin line, and with all the random stuff they've been doing in the last few rounds, honestly, I don't have much hope for them anymore. I feel like this is already written in stone.
I mean, it all depends. Like, one thing I've learned from this game is that literally anything can happen. So, I'm not counting them out just yet. WCU, obviously, the odds are a bit stacked against them. But Fuel, crazy things can happen. You gotta be vigilant. You gotta be careful. You gotta keep up your good droning work. You gotta not take anything super crazy in terms of gunfights. Be slow, methodical, and that is the path to victory up against this WCU team. As long as they can keep sight of that, they will be golden and be looking to punch their ticket to the next round of the winners bracket.
Attackers are moving out to
Wow,
locate
that sounded very wise. We should write all of that down.
Yes, hashtag life lessons with Comica, dude.
Oh yeah, we should market that. That's something to build a brand around. You could make mad bucks.
Make a couple dollars.
Yeah. Next round though, we're back to just shooting open main doors and praying no one is there. Luckily, finally the IQ gets on a drone, but she could have done that before the doors were shut down. Doesn't matter though, 30 seconds in, no contact just yet, but Claude getting aggressive and bar, that's something we've seen them do quite often. Hopefully it ends up working out for them better than it did last time. Everyone just kind of stagnating there, not sure whether through the bottom or through K9, or Ego as it's called nowadays. You can tell that Fuel, they aren't sure what they want to do yet. They're still talking it out a little bit. And I hope it doesn't take too long for them to figure it out.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Now, one thing I'll say is I've noticed that they brought the Zero, bringing out the SAM cams. I think that's, and combined with the fact that they've got some good anti-roam from the gridlock, they realize the fact that when they push this side a lot, WCU was on the flank quite a bit. They know that the Malusi is generally up here. They were very cautious about entering through the bar, in full view of the bar, not only because it's a very common angle to get shot from, but they did get shot from it the last time. Lado is going to be doing it to them once again from generally the same area. Still unable to clear it out, and from the bar, he will die from Brendo, not before he takes down the gridlock.
Yeah, well, Shrimp Father left some poor shrimps orphans, and that's always horrible. But it is a 4v4, 1 minute 15 seconds left, waiting on a slow execute coming out from Fuel here, and they may need to hurry it up because the time is working for the defenders. It's 6 man, as we often put it, and you need to do something soon. Cam gets a pick on the extra pick as well, but that's not going the way you want.
It's a good little crossfire that Livid has. As soon as they try to go for a cross, he is going to be able to get some nice shots on them. If he's able to hit them, obviously, he's going to definitely kill one of them. Having to use all of the finger buffs to get back up here. You realize that there's some coming down beneath him. Good snapshot onto Brendo from him. Huh? Go ahead.
Are we getting one more? I'm just hyping Livid up. They've had a very quiet game after their huge performance on Cafe, and I was just saying one more, because I really hope we get one more.
There's your one more.
Well,
Who gets taken down?
Wrong side, though. That's Copper Timer getting boo. But there we go. Livid goes for the swing. Doesn't quite hit the shots. Tragic. But 15 seconds left, which means Fuel, they need to push in. They need to push in now. 3v2, a lot of yellow pinks helping them. But that's all they have going on for them.
Great swing.
But it's enough. Like you said, nice swing. Now the plant is being stuck. Livid getting aggressive. Just fails to catch anyone. And Jaeger's there right with him. I don't think the attackers know they're both behind him. Livid fights one. Gets refragged. It's a 1v1. Persa versus the Jaeger, but Recycle first will not only save Livid's life, but WCU's life as a whole, as they Livid and then defuse the diffuser to go into overtime. Not only overtime, max overtime.
Maximum overtime, and we are there with WCU. Who would have thunk it, ladies and gentlemen? But they will be getting their better side back for the second time, and so not only will WCU have to, they've won on the defense quite nicely, but now they'll have to win on the attack. Something they haven't really been able to do too much unless they have a fuse with no anti-util operators on the other team.
Well, at least we're seeing... I don't know. We've been seeing a lot of yellow operators today. Look at it. The first 3 picks are Osa, IQ, and Lion. We just need a Blackbeard and a Blitz, and we'll have a full yellow team.
Oh, you're talking about the color scheme of the icons. I like that.
I just find it super funny because Osa, IQ, and Lion were the first 3 picked ones, and it was just like all yellow. They call it rainbows, but it's really yellow 6.
Yeah, I was trying to make a Coldplay reference, but yeah. Anyways, having a little bit of a hard time getting into this one, but it's pretty much... I don't see too much changing on the side of WCU on this attack. They did have it be successful the last time they did try to do it, and it was... Was it on this site? I don't think it was on the site. I think this is the first time that we would have seen them win this site, but even when they did bring the fuse the last time, despite the fact that they had such great potential with it, they all grouped up on it, and they weren't really watching too much off-site. Their lack of intel was what really killed them, I remember it now. Is as soon as they start putting down those fuse charges, they're like, alright, he's fusing us from here, which means he has to be here. They go up the stairs, and they shoot him. So, yeah, I'm just thinking that WCU, they have to do a little bit more getting control over the outside lanes and the ways upstairs if they want to be looking to utilize the vertical perspectives.
I can't wait to see how Fuel and Brendo in particular decide to play the Pulse. I really want to see something huge happen with it. I feel like there's definitely room for it. We haven't seen much Pulse play in this game. Is it the second time we're seeing Pulse? Right?
It is the first time. It's actually...
First one? Okay.
Good thing you bring that up.
Yeah.
Because it's a complete response to the fuse.
It's also one of those rounds, one of the only few rounds where WCU aren't bringing an IQ, so they also shot themselves in the foot with that. And I really want to see, really want to see what the Pulse can accomplish. But on the flip side, there's 2 UMPs, the 2 UMPs on both Castle and Fuse, and that's lacking, to be honest with you, because it is, as they put it, the worst gun in the game.
I generally believe to be one of the worst guns in the game. He's waiting to tell him to explode the C4 until they're actually inside. He's got the pulse pings, seeing where they're at. There's one literally right above him. He's waiting for him. It's generally right above it, but he's unable to get the fuse with that one. So he's going to have to call out game for the rest of his teammates. The only one that actually has... they actually have 2 more C4s now that I see it, so they can definitely get rid of the fuse. The vertical.
even if they don't get rid of the fuse with the C4s, at least the fuse now is going to be a little more careful with his fuse charges, I assume. He's not just going to stay in one spot, he's going to be moving constantly. And there's that, you know, the threat of a pulse below you is sometimes better to have than actually having a pulse below you. It's just, it's going to put the fear of God into WCU, I think.
Attackers
Yeah.
dropped the diffuser. Attackers
So the
recovered
fuse is going to
bomb.
outlive his usefulness now. They all literally raid off the site, and I think, again, they should have been prepared to capitalize on that. The only way you're going to avoid it is if you run away from the site. You need to have some people that are ready to, you know, capitalize on that. Not only make sure that you don't get pushed upstairs, but make sure that you can catch your opponents as they retreat off the site. Ooh, Livid. Good first opening kill of that round as the Mira. So, yeah, it's going to be a...
Yep, through there playing the Mama Duck, just walking ahead of his teammates with the shield up. But gets taken out. Shrimp, that's 2 for him. Huge picks. Can he make it more? Not as of now, but it is a 4-3 fuel. Again, they're chilling. 25 or 35 seconds left. Still have a C4 in their pocket, but that's all they have going on for them. It's better than what the attack have, though, if they're just stolen, don't know what to push. There's still stuff that should have been opened up a while ago, castled off, and there's not much a WCU can do here. If they lose, this is it. They lose the whole series, the whole map, everything, and they are relegated to the lower bracket. Brandon gets one. Cam Louis, he keeps his team in contention by getting Perza as well. It is still a 2v3, but Cam, he pushes in. Finally, Claude falls as well. 6 seconds left. And with a triple, though, can he make it? 1v1 sprinting around with the pistol. No diffuser. Can plant. No clue where the final defender is. And that is how Fuel win the matchup against Colorado.
Wow, Fuel really making me, you know, sweat a little bit there for them, but they're still able to get it out in overtime. And hey, sometimes you don't want it to be in any other way. It was exciting games from start to finish from Fuel and Colorado, but I mean, at the end of the day, there can obviously only be one winner, and that is going to be Fuel. They're going to be moving on to the next round of the winners bracket, but we're going to be sticking with a little bit more of Colorado as they'll be going up against another opponent. I do believe they are still in map 3. We get confirmation on that later, as well as who they're going to be going up against. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, don't really have a whole lot to say about that. The end of the game, everything that's been said has already been said. So, until the next round, we've got you with a little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere.
Shut up and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second game of the evening, and it will be the last one as well. It will be Concordia versus West Colorado, and I'll be joined by Boxy.
Well, it's us again. I have nothing else to say. Very interesting. The funny thing about this matchup is we have CUW versus WCU play, so that's totally not going to be confusing for both us and the viewers. Also, excuse my camera, kind of getting blurry there. Happens every now and then. But what do you think about the matchup? We are following the lower bracket of this run of the NECC Nationals. What do you think we can expect from the matches at hand?
Well, I didn't get to see too much of the CUW game. I know that it went into overtime in map 3. It was a pretty evenly matched game in that department, and it was pretty much more or less the same for the WCU guys as well. It went overtime on literally every single map, but it did not go onto map 3. And so, taking out of it the last game, WCU, they seem to be more of like a second half type of team, and I don't really know what else to say other than that. They seem to be like a little bit of a second half team. And what are the maps that we have going on here again? Let me just take a quick look. It's going to be Chalet again.
It's going to be Clubhouse first, Chalet second, and then the decider, should we need it, is going to be Border, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right.
No? Yes?
Yeah,
okay,
you're right.
Let's go. I'm not completely insane yet. One thing that we do know is that WCU, we've seen them on 2 separate maps. So first was Cafe Dostoevsky, second one was Chalet. On both of those, they had the early lead up against their opponents in game 1, which was Fuel or Fanshawe. And in game 1, they had a 6-3 lead with Blue. They lost in overtime. It was 8-6. Then on Cafe, they had a 5-2 lead, and again, they blew that as well. They lost 8-7. So we've seen them kind of like get those early advantages, but then not able to retain them. And hopefully they can correct that going into their game against Concordia. But going into the game, first one is going to be, like we said, Clubhouse. And again, I'm just going to ask you, what do you think about our bans?
Well, I think we're definitely 100% going to be seeing a Thatcher ban here. Didn't see it in one of the maps that Colorado played the last time, but I would be very surprised if Concordia, at the very least, didn't ban it on a map like this.
Yeah, Clubhouse, you also often see Breacher's ban, so I'd be surprised if it's a Habana or an Ace or a Thermite ban coming up, but we could also be seeing a Jackal, a Maverick as well. Yeah, you're absolutely right, and there you go. You called it. Thank you for
we're back to normalcy, it seems like. We've got bands that we can actually predict here, Boxy.
Yeah, we had some funky bands going off in Series 1.
Funky bands.
Funky bands.
But yeah, coming into this one, I think that Concordia is probably going to get rid of... Oh yeah, Mira, definitely one of the more typical bands in this map. It's very hard to deal with her in the bedroom site. Other sites you can deal with it in a plethora of ways, but that one is really, really annoying to go up against. And so Mira being banned makes it a lot more viable on the attack. So good ban on their part, starting on the attack.
Yeah, I agree with you. Last one, it could be a Valk, it could be... Ooh, okay, I was going to say Valk Thunderbird. No, or sorry, Valk or a Cade, but it's going to be a Thunderbird, which is not something we see very often. In our last series, we've only seen Thunderbird played once or twice, so that's a rather interesting out from Colorado. I'm not sure if it's a personal, preference type thing, or if it's a target ban directed especially at Concordia. I guess we can ask them about this later on if there's time, but yeah, I'm very curious about this Thunderbird ban.
This is the first game I've ever casted that Thunderbird has been banned of all people, Boxy. And so I would really love to know why they would opt to go for banning Thunderbird after the game, but maybe they have intimate knowledge on the Concordia players that we do not. Either way, going into Cash and CCTV, you've got potential for quite a lot of util. You've got the Maestro, you could also get the Valk if you want it. I feel that would probably be pretty overkill considering the amount of avenues into the site. You got it down pretty good with the Maestro. So overall, pretty good looking comp. You got ways to deny the wall, and you've got like pretty much literally a little bit of everything, which is something that Colorado didn't necessarily have in the last series. They would always have like one little spot that was wide open to being exploited.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it really just comes down to, how well your opponents can read the cracks in your defenses and exploit set, so definitely something to keep an eye out on. Also, again, we can be a little bit more critical of Colorado because we have seen them play last game. What do you think are the things that they need to fix most? On defense and on attack, I feel like it's utility usage and distribution, and on attack, I feel like it's droning. Do you have anything to add to that?
Sorry, I just saw what you sent me, and that's pretty funny. But yeah, Concordia going for the default push. Unfortunately, they don't have the Maverick in order to make Sophia able to breach the wall either. But they do get a little bit of intel that Kate is going to be chilling on the red stairs. Pretty much what you would be expecting is for somebody to at least be holding that.
Bomb located by attackers.
I don't believe I saw them putting the shield down there. I think they're making use of it in a different place, probably inside of the garage. So that does, in theory, make it a little bit easier to push in there like that, especially if they're able to get control of the garage.
Yeah, the nades are being heated out. We heard the ADS rearm, but it was just a second too late, so I'm pretty sure the second grenade also detonated there. A nice, very common, but still nice angle coming out from the Aruni as well. And the big hole has been opened. That's pretty fast, actually. Usually teams struggle more opening that breach, but just a minute into round, minute and 15 seconds now, we already see it's open, and that's always a big plus.
Yeah, I can see why they decided not to ban Cade this time around. But, I mean, they do have a little bit of a backup plan in the form of the Aruna Gates. I love seeing the Aruna Gates being used like that because, yeah, you got the doors open, but no utils can be coming in. You only got 2 more frag grenades. One of them can get through if you waste one. But, like, yeah, it still makes it so that you have to waste some util, pretty much announce when you're trying to go in. That is an added benefit for Concordia. They're safe from util, even more so with the Jaeger, at least for the time being.
Yep. Recycle first, the first person on the map to lose a little bit of HP. Still up there in contention, but now has to pick their fights way more carefully for the remainder of the round as they're playing low 50 HP, and there's no Thunderbird to heal up either. Maestro playing with the ult to find the first one, but Sully there with the refrag. We'll go for a second swing, but the shots won't quite connect. Sonar will be the second person to get a kill, and that's limited fallen. 4v3 currently, making that a 4v2 as Sully gets a double on the L85 off Sledge, and it's falling apart for defense at the moment. Next one of contention is going to be Cash, and Cammy does get Sully in a late refrag, but it's still a 3v2. 30 seconds left, and there we go. Nice DMR shots coming out from Cam to equalize the man count out. The Finka boost now running out. 1 grenade and 1 Sophia charge left in pocket. Sonar picks up a second one, and all of a sudden it is a 2v1. All up to the Jaeger of Recycle first with 416C carabin in hand. As the plan is going down, they'll have to push out now. Hard spot to push there with a lot of crossfire potential from the attackers. Jaeger will have to push in isolated gunfights. 40 seconds left, 7 of which are needed to defuse the actual or destroy the actual diffuser. Yellow Pink's coming out, but they aren't helping out much. Jaeger has to move out, spots the barrel, spots the shoulder, gets the kill, knows where to swing now. Has all the time in the world. It's up to the attacker to play this safe, but he hears the drop, and he needs to go for the defuse right now, but no, he goes for the swing. He's looking at a drone. He gave Sonar all the time in the world to repel back, and that's probably how Concordia win round 1. Going for a cheeky run out. Spotted, though. You will not win that against the LMG. You will, but you don't have the time to do it. No! 6 seconds, and you'll just miss out on it.
So unfortunate. I mean, I really appreciate the fact that he's like, you know what, screw it. I just gotta run outside and take this dude on. That was incredibly brave. But unfortunately for him, it is not going to be something that wins them the round. Colorado, they are that was aside from the finish, a very well put together round. I just really came down towards the end. The fact that their Maestro was the one that took the fight over in construction and then got caught on the way out. They were no longer able to use the Maestro cams, and that was for anything other than just, getting a little bit of intel. They're good for things other than just that, obviously. But yeah, that was one of the major things that led to their defeat, I believe, is the fact that they lost one of their main anchors as their first bloods.
Yeah, also the entry kill was interesting, the Maestro just being prone in construction with the Olda, looking for the feet coming from Master Bedroom. Not something you'd usually expect, but also a pretty huge mistake from the Maestro. When he got the first kill, he just stood up. He was, I think, even mid-reload when he got cut out. And once you're in the, switching stance animation, you can either. You have the Olda, you have 150 bullet. Just wait a few more seconds in case anyone re-swings you.
10 seconds.
Sadly, the Maestro didn't do that, and it cost him his life.
5 seconds to go.
And so Colorado, they're just thinking, oh, it's not the site, it's not our characters even. It's the fact that we just didn't execute it very well. They literally changed absolutely nothing about how they're coming into this site, Foxy, and that's very ambitious. Usually you see people trying to change things up even slightly, and I'm curious as well to see if Bo is, or Boo, whatever you want to call him, is trying to, throw one of his electric claws down in the... I know that there's
Apparently
a spot
Boo.
up inside of the, like right down there, underneath under one of the stereo systems. You have to go downstairs in order to get rid of it.
Yeah, there we go. The Renegade's burned. The grenades will follow shortly thereafter. Boo playing on the rafters. I didn't see much protection there for him, and I believe the wall is there for the taking. The ADS on the drone hole didn't protect the actual 8 charges on the wall. Speaking of not being protected, Sully will be the first one to fall, but a quick refrag coming out from Augie for a 4v4 as again we approach the 2-minute mark and the wall is about to be breached.
Yeah, Concordia have been very good about getting that wall open very quickly. So, now, unfortunate for Boo, as Sly is going to be fragging him on out. They don't know it yet, but it's going to be leaving the garage very wide open for the taking. They know that it's possible that Jaeger could come in there and try and make some trouble for them, but at least they know. And now they're going to be able to deal with that potentially as well. Next step could probably be taking out the Jaeger. They've got the Aruni and the Malusi up inside of the site. So,
Yellow
they're
ping.
getting some solid pings on him. Might be able to wall bang him here as well. And yeah, Colorado looking at some serious pressure and trouble.
Yeah, but they have wasted quite a bit of time. Only 1 minute, 15 seconds left on the clock. There's a 4v3, but Sly picks up another frag just before Jawbreaker gets dropped in return. 3v2, 65 seconds left on the clock. Augie goes for the pre-fire, but actually connects a few shots. Now Livid is low on HP as well. It's a ring around the Rosie, but no one gets the kill onto their opponent just yet. Livid sprinting away. Pretty risky, even with a little bit of cover that he had there, but now you can go for the run out. Meanwhile, the side is being punched, or rather the barb on the side is being punched, and Kami is going to be the only person actually there to defend the attackers off on their own. They're being pre-fired, smokes are being detonated, there are a few red pings helping out. Augie gets Livid, and it's a 3v1. The plant is being attempted once again, and I don't think this is a comebackable situation. Sonar on the breach will close the round out, and that's 2 in a row for Concordia.
Yeah, they got solid control over both sides from both the window and the default wall, and it made it impossible for them to push him when he was getting the default plant spot in full view of both of them. It was great coverage from Concordia, and it seems like they are just a little bit more organized than the Colorado guys, or at least what I've seen so far out of them. Colorado, they seem to be getting a little bit dispersed from each other. They're not in positions to necessarily trade out, and again, the intel game for their opponents is much better than theirs. They're getting figured out. That wall bang is a prime example of that, and nothing really has gone that way for Colorado on the entire night, so it's definitely something they need to work on, is getting their intel usage a bit more down pat.
Yep, pretty much, and we're going to be seeing a basement defense coming out from Colorado this time around. They did decide to switch it up, and, well, CCTV obviously wasn't something they could hold, so we'll switch. I do want to see where they go if they win this, if they attempt TC again, or if they'll just go to, I don't know, either Bar or Master, probably Master if that's the case. But I guess we'll get our answer next round. Regardless, though, I gotta say, I'm a fan of Colorado's operator lineup. I feel like in their previous series, they were kind of very experimental with what they were bringing, but now they're kind of back to, just the default strats, and, well, very pog.
That Livid, he might have the perfect angle on one of them. Does do positive amounts of damage to both of them. It's going to force the usage of the Figa Boost very early on in order to get them back up to somewhat fighting condition. But they're already getting contested before even stepping out of their spawn. Good intel again from Concordia. They know generally where the guys are going to be moving off to. Livid is trying to counter this intel usage that they're getting by picking up the Vigil and making it so that he doesn't get found out when he's still trying to roam. And I think that's a good call on their part.
Yep, the attackers, they've droned out a little bit. They still don't have much control across the bomb site, but they're just, I don't know, they're kind of making their way towards everything. They've wasted some time. They still have plenty of utility, still have a hard breacher, or actually 2. That, and I do want to see if Colorado fall back, hunker down on the side, or if they go for those aggressive kicks. They do have the Vigil roaming, they have the Jaeger roaming, I assume. Very curious to see how they play this out.
Oh, Livid. Got enemies right around the corner. If he can play this nice and quietly, he might be able to go in there. No, he gets found out. He saw the drone, tried to shoot it, thought he was revealed. And now he's able to tell people to throw your impact grenades right above you. Try and kill some people. Help me out here, guys. I'm in trouble. Jaeger trying to bust into action here as well as Livid trying to get a crossfire. No one seems to be looking to push him too hard. They're content to just chill inside of the kitchen.
Well, 1 minute 15 seconds left on the clock. Still all 10 bodies alive, although Recycle First is very low on HP. Both are followed by Sully and then Livid. But the time is sticking out. It's 6 defender, as we often say, mainly because it works in favor of the defender. Yeah, they need to start moving. They've had 2 very successful rounds attacking TV. They've been very slow to get their entries while attacking the basement. Speaking of entries, Augie will be the first one to get a kill. Livid's gonna fall, but he's already wasted 2 minutes on his Vigil roam. That's all you need him to do, really. Sully now, think a boost running out. He will push down wing stairs and try and get a kill on the person in Moto, but it's not looking great for him as he falls. That's a nice kill from Cam to even the man count out once again. Drone's coming out, but only 30 seconds left. If only there was a smoke that could deny 30 seconds. Not on the board, though, as Augie gets clawed as well. 20 seconds left. In Concordia, they have their job cut out for them.
They really do. They're pretty much going to have to all go down through that hatch. That Boo's got his eyes on. Sonar is going to be making his way down bottom as well, but he's earlier revealed himself. The Maestro can't see him as well. He's going to get instantly traded out. 7 seconds left. Flash themselves out. They're just going to go straight on in. Not a care in the world. Trying to do anything they can. Trying to get this plant down. And with the perfect amount of time remaining, they're going to be able to do it. Boo, he's going to try and stop it. He will get his teammate, but he might be able to get his own teammate up as well. Oh my god, the miss is huge from Sly! And he gets punished so hard! Oh my goodness. Stayed on the edge of a knife for Colorado, and it comes down to some key missed shots. Concordia, they're going to be dropping their first round.
What a round! I don't know what to say. This should have been such a surefire Colorado round, and it came down to a post-plant 1vx. Well, 2vx in the end because Cam ended up getting picked up. But still, how? Why? I don't know, man.
I don't know. One thing I was going to say before that round ended the way it did is that I love how Concordia plays it very safe. That's something that a lot of the teams that we've witnessed up to this point have not been doing. They play it very textbook, very meta, and they've been, getting a lot of great benefit for that. But they were playing almost too safe in the last round. It literally 50 seconds were left, and they still hadn't finished the roaming phase up against Jaeger. They did manage to get the Vigil, but Jaeger was still there and able to shoot pretty much any one of them that he wanted. And so I would thought that their safety, which was their greatest strength, was also going to be their greatest weakness in that instant. But as soon as they jumped down, oh man, things really started to hit the fan. The one thing that saved them was the fact that, oh man, Jawbreaker missed the shot of a lifetime. He could have definitely killed both those players and won the round, but I think he just freaked out after he missed a couple of shots, thought he would get up and shoot him, but stuck the revive and shot him instead.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, at least we know Colorado aren't out for a count yet. We've seen them get a... I'm not going to say it wasn't a great round for them. It was way closer than it should have been. But, they're also still moving, still trying to make it work. Concordia, they get to attack top floor again, and that seems to be right up their alley, at least judging by their CCTV attacks. And hopefully for them, they can retain their momentum from their top floor attacks going into the Team 1 as well.
Yeah, they do have a smoke this time around, and so unlike on the last site, they're going to actually be able to hold their opponents at a distance if they don't take them out in the early game. Got 2 C4s as well, so the area denial and the punish, if they don't respect it for Concordia, has increased massively. They've still got the roaming as well, so Colorado, they're starting to get a little bit more in the, wide range of different strategies in order to repel their opponents, and I really do like this, especially on this site. It's a very crowd control area zone of control type of site as well. So I really like the fact that they're bringing so much ability to do that.
Agreed, but on the flip side, just to kind of play the devil's advocate here, if you think back on their cafe performance, switching operators consistently was one of their biggest gripes, or one of our biggest gripes with them, just because they couldn't settle on one thing. And regardless, though, as I ramble, 2 kills end up happening, and it's both Livid and Recycle taken off. No more smoke canisters and no more UMP on Castle for the round as we approach the halfway mark. And Korea, they're just chilling at the moment. They have a lot of LMGs. They're just opening up all the angles they could possibly want. Sledge getting rid of the castle as well. Pinka almost shoots Sophia in the face. Always gonna get 2 instead, and that's a 5v2. Cam finally finds an answer, but it's too little too late at this point. Claude and Cam, they need to clutch this 4v2, and it's not looking great for them, Kamaka.
Yeah, and man, oh man, it's all on Claude once again. We've seen this dude get close to an ace before. He's gotten to 4K. Will he be able to do it again up against this team, who seems to be very much playing well off each other? The answer is going to be no before I even have to speculate. Sonar able to take him down with the gun that has infinity bullets in it, the LMG. You'll love to see it. But yeah, one thing I want to end that with is that Colorado, I always praise their ideas going into the ground because they're good in theory, but the execution is really leaves a lot to be desired. They lose their smoke or their late game operators very early on. It's always their first blood. Is their smoke or their maestro, someone that they need to stay alive until the end of the game. They just always die first, and it hurts them so bad.
Absolutely agreed, but again, on the flip side, I'd rather watch a team that knows what they need to do and then fail doing it, executing it, rather than having it other way around. Because they can just work on their execution and they'll be great, right? If we had a team that didn't really know what they were doing, but they were just kind of winning off of luck and off of the skin of their teeth, I'd be more worried. Maybe Colorado loses this. Who knows? We're still on round 5 of the best of 3. But either way, they can put in a little bit of practice, and I think they could really improve with, just like we said, utility droning, probably their, and intel and defense, probably their biggest problems. If they get that, those, wrinkles ironed out, and I think they could do great.
Yeah, this time around Colorado, they're not looking to go in with the tried and true, I guess you could say, play that they tried to do the last time with all the zonal control. This time, they're going to come in with another interesting strategy, which is the Castle Mute combo. It's going to be making it so that Concordia have to take a specific path, unless they want to be using up some of those lifelines in order to get rid of those jammed castle doors.
Do you think Colorado are just the biggest brains ever? Just decided to do what Fanshawe did to them and just like throw a bunch of rounds, get onto match point for the enemy team, and then come back and win in overtime twice?
No, I think they just know a lot of strategies, and they're not afraid to try all of them, but they just don't do any of them, haven't done any of them well enough in order to, just be able to stick with one. I feel like it comes from a point of having good knowledge, but the technical aspect of it is just a little bit lacking, as I say. Claude able to get the first kill onto the Zofia, one of the things that could help them open this deal with the castle and the mute.
Go for the swing, Livid, get it, refrag your teammate, that could be huge, regardless though the X-Guy was being shot out, and again, breach up very, very early. Recycle first will get picked up. 20 HP in the UMP, not a great combination, but he still is running up and about, so there is that. So much time to play with here for the attackers, and the defenders are just running rampant. They're not scared of the attackers. Colorado's just sprinting around, they're chilling, running around without a care in the world, and I'm not sure if that's a great or a horrible thing for them, but there's no...
I mean, you should never fear your opponents. Just have a healthy dosage of reality and what they can do up against you. One thing I noticed is that Castle hasn't really put down too many of his barricades just yet, so I don't believe they're going with the mute strategy that I originally thought that they did.
I mean, one of those two we just saw... Sorry. One of those 2 barricades we just saw get torn down, and that means that they get returned to his inventory, right? So maybe he just had one in pocket for like some late rotates, but then Jaeger rotating back in, added an extra one. Again, given the benefit of the doubt, but great shot coming out from Livid, and it's the 2v5 now as Jawbreaker falls. Augie's 5 take a lot of damage. Cam finds one. Can he make it to Augie low on HP as he has the adrenal surges? He can boost his health up a little bit. The Fuser's been spotted, and so has Augie as Cam puts a bullet into him. Finishes the round. And leaves us on 3-2 for Concordia.
Yeah, and in that round, Concordia, they just struggled to really get any sort of control over the inside. As soon as they tried to step foot in either the garage, any area on the inside of the map, they just got shut down. It was just good zonal control by the Aruni, able to kill anyone that came in there, as well as Claude, I think, got a kill down and around the stairs. And then it followed up with Livid, who was able to prevent the Habana from even walking through the hole in the default pool wall. So, yeah, they just did a really good job of figuring out where their opponents were coming from and making sure that they just didn't even get inside.
Again, I don't know, going into the previous round, round number 5, Colorado were 2 rounds down. Even the round that they won, it was won more so by mistake than, by them actually knowing what they were doing. The fact that they were just kind of sprinting around headlessly, not being scared of Concordia at all, I couldn't really comprehend it, but looking back on it now, I don't think Concordia were ready for it either. I think they were kind of ready for that, hunkered down Colorado, them being extra careful, being overrun by Colorado solo sprinters across the map, I think really threw off Concordia's attack last round. I don't know if my point makes sense, but...
No, I totally get it. Like, the idea of not expecting something catching you off guard and leading to your death, that's 100% valid. And so, Concordia, I'm sure that they're going to be going for a lot more thorough of a roam clear this time around. It's going to be on a different site, but they do have to be very cautious of the Vigil, just as they were the last time. Let's not forget, it was 50 seconds left on the clock before they had even finished the roam phase and tried to go for a very haphazard take on the site.
Yep. It's one of those basement defense, and that's one of those where Colorado won. Again, it was a very, very tight 1vx situation, but it ended up working out in their favor. In Concordia, they've only been good at attacking those upper sides, so in theory, this could or should be another Colorado round, and we could be going into the second half with an even 3-3 split. We're still a long way from there, but Concordia, so far, they have a little bit of control across the map. They haven't droned out much. They haven't cleared out the roamers. We've just seen one in logistics or in master bedroom. We see the other one in toilets now. Meaning that again, Colorado are just sprinting around, and they will be encountering the Lucy sooner rather than later. She will take a lot of damage, dish out none in return. Can they put her to grave? Yep, there we go. Sully will be the one to put her 6 feet under. Vigil gives away his position shooting the drones, and he could have been devastating there if waited just a few more seconds. He didn't, though, and now has to rotate all the way around.
Well, I still feel he can be devastating in the fact that he is alive up against Concordia. We've seen the fact that these guys are incredibly careful, even sometimes to their own detriment. It was like 50 seconds before they finished off the roam clear the last time. They do beat that time by about 30 seconds, as they do manage to find Claude eventually. Now they can finally go in and try and go for the take on the bottom. Seems like they're going down the main stair area. Cam going to be shooting a bullet, letting him know that he means business. The hatch is being addressed as well. And with all their people still alive, it seems like the carefulness of Concordia this time is going to be paying off.
Well, Boo falls as well, and Cammy tries refragging but doesn't hit their shimmin' out from motor, now implying an execute. 50 seconds left, so there's plenty of time to work with for the attackers, but they're just going in, they don't care. X-Kairos will make a church wall hole as well. I think that's another angle for the defenders in church to worry about. Oh no, what are you looking at? Sully gets a triple as Cam just looks at the ceiling. Recycle picks up one, but it'll have to be a flawless ace for him if he wants to even the scoreline out to 3-3. Unlikely, but we've seen crazier things happen. Let's see if Recycle has it in him. He spots another one out, but doesn't hit his shots. Shona's going to put him in the dirt. And that's a 4-2 split for Concordia as they conclude their attacking half.
Yeah, much, much better attack that time from Concordia. They're able to keep all of their players alive until the end. I was getting a little bit worried, again, with how long it was taking them to do the roam clear. But just like happened the last time, the Colorado players sort of ran out of places to run, or maybe even got a little bit bored and made themselves a little bit too obvious to the Concordia players who are playing, again, very textbook, and they were ready for it. So Yeah, I think that was the major issue for Colorado is that their roamers, they didn't really do too much killing for the amount of time that they were alive. They were stalling, yes, but Concordia, to their credit, as soon as they realized that the roam game is done, they switch to the take on the site very quickly. And when they're at that point, it is incredibly, incredibly good how they're able to do it.
Agreed, but at the same time, again, just wrapping into Series 1. And again, for anyone who wasn't with us then, we'll try to illustrate it as best as we can. But Colorado, they've had both, I believe it was Livid, and who else was the performer for Colorado in Game 1? It was Claude. It was Claude and they were getting overly aggressive in their first series tonight, and they kept getting shut down. They were both were 10-3 or something like that, and then they both just got too cocky, overly aggressive, and they kept paying the price for it round after round. So the fact that now they on roams were playing it much safer, I'm a fan of. Even if you don't get a kill as roamer, as long as you are a constant threat to the attackers, and you make sure that they know you're somewhere there, and they either need to hunt you down or watch their backs for the entire round, you're doing your job as a roamer. Sure, last round Concordia ran into that, and they just rushed aside, got the kills. That was great. In general, though, I do want to praise Colorado for playing it much better on defense than they have in their first game. Also, a blitz.
Yeah, also a blitz. First time we're seeing the blitz being brought out tonight, and by who else than I think Colorado were trying to make it their mission to play every single operator in the game tonight. It's just a theory of mine. Now we're going to be seeing the blitz maybe next time the Montane. But it seems that Blitz is already getting maybe attacked by somebody. He's activating his shield ability from what I can tell, but already getting contested on the wall. Ooh,
oh no!
Good stuff from Boo. You don't see that every day. A Rotero drone kill.
And you were laughing at me when I said Thor and gadget kills don't happen all that often.
Yeah,
when have you last seen a Rotero drone kill?
Never for me. I've never seen it. But
yeah, well, there you go.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, Colorado coming in with a lot of claymores again. They've got 4, and they are making sure that they absolutely do not want to get and goes. Oh, I thought he was gonna get him. Unfortunately for him, he dropped his shield post mantle, and he got shot right in the face. Super unfortunate, but they know exactly where the last players are. They should be able to get this plant down nice and safely. I don't think they realize just how safe of a plant this is. But either way, this should be a Colorado plant.
I don't know why, but the K-Believe isn't using the C4, and that's going to be absolutely detrimental. Castle's now going to be pushing up Raptors, but he doesn't quite hit anyone just yet. 35 seconds left, and again, keep in mind, 7 needed for the defuse. Concordia won off of no defuse time last time around, and now they need to roll or reverse. They need to get the kills, they need to retake the side, and then still have enough time to defuse the bomb. Shots are coming out, but K takes so much damage, I don't think this round is salvageable. Sully, though, will get a kill, but is left on a sliver of HP. Livid flashes themselves. That's amazing. Claude, though, ready on the roof. Another flashbang out just for good measure. And that's it. That's all she wrote. No time to defuse. Air jab there for extra bad manners. And a flash to finish it off.
Yeah, so it looks like doing a pretty decent job on the attack to start things off as Colorado. They usually, when we go to the second half of the game, they always win 1 round. And then they tend to struggle. But then again, they are usually up. So we're breaking a little bit with the statistics of Colorado. Based off that last round, I mean, they did a lot of things right. They seem to cover each other very well. They seem to drone things out. And that's a big change from what we've usually seen from them. They usually just fly in by the seat of their pants, try and ping and swing people, and then it just doesn't work out. But that time, it was a lot more cool and methodical. I feel like that first game definitely taught them a bit of a lesson.
Yeah, it absolutely feels like it. Regardless, though, it is another attacking round, which means the scores are as close as they can possibly be. Colorado, they're in a great position to tie this up. Once again, it could be a 4-4, and I'm telling you, Kamaka, we could be seeing another map of overtime here, and potentially later on Chalet and even Border if we keep going like this.
I think it's possible. I mean, both these teams have had their fair share of overtime rounds in their previous games. It wouldn't surprise me if we were there again. Concordia, I like the fact of how they're trying to set this up. Again, they're trying to basically deny the hatches with the Yuruni, and they also seem to be setting up very strongly for a cash hold. This is something that Concordia didn't try too overly hard, and it led to their demise. So I feel like Colorado, based on their playstyle, they probably will try and go in for a strong take on construction to supplement the push from pool. So it's really good for Concordia to be holding on to this as strongly as they are.
Yeah, the one thing that I really like is that we're 20 seconds into the round and we're still seeing defenders finish their setups. If by some reason Colorado decided to rush, they could be in big trouble because, well, you don't expect the attackers to already be in the building and you're still placing down your cameras and reinforcement. And I was actually hoping for a rush given that we have a Blitz again and a Finka, but that's not happening apparently.
I mean, it's in the name. You gotta rush with Blitz, dude. But either way, it's...
Did you know, by the way, the original concept for Blitz was that he would spawn in prep phase. He would be the only attacker that spawned in prep phase, and he could be going around the map and stuff. And that's why he was called Blitz, because he would be faster than anyone else.
God, dude, I could not imagine that. That sounds absolutely terrifying.
You didn't know that?
Already getting contested very hard inside of construction. They do lose their first player. That's going to be CUW. Recycling the guys, they seem to have completely cleared it out. I thought there was at least another player in there, but it appears that I am mistaken. They must have gotten out of there scot-free. What? Were you trying to use Blitz?
No.
Oh, he shoots him right in the buns. Unfortunate, dude. But either way, still pretty strong on the other parts of the map.
Yep, double for Sully there, and again, 90 seconds left. Can he get a triple? No, he finally falls to boost shots, but it is a 3-3. Sly and Jawbreaker both low on HP, while everyone on attack besides Finka is just chilling there. Speaking of Finka, she gets another kill now, all up to Sly and Jawbreaker. The clutch just went out. Make that just Sly, as Jawbreaker also gets down. Still a C4 in pocket, but that's pretty much all he has going on for him, as Jawbreaker finally gets put out of his misery. 1v2, so it's definitely doable, but Thermite also has the Diffuser in pocket, which means as soon as he gets into the bomb site, he could start initiating that plan. That's exactly what he does, and now Sly decides to go for a rotate around. Nope, just checks if anyone's in construction and goes for another swing. Will he get it? Doesn't matter, the case is now down. 40 seconds left. Claymore's there for good measure as well, and Boo now spots Sly finally. C4 in hand, doesn't know what to do with it, decides to make a rotate, but needs to be careful not to blow himself up. He's being pretty passive with it, hoping to get pushed, hoping to be given an opportunity and entry from the Colorado players, but they don't do that just yet. One playing outside, the other one on the hallway. 20 seconds left. You need to pick your fights. He does see it now, but there's another one. He sees both. There's that, but again, no time to do anything with two attackers left alive. Free Fires come out on the run out. Too slow, too little, too late. Claude shuts him down, and that's another round for Colorado. As, like I said, we even out the scoreline.
Yeah, it's literally a tale of two different games for Colorado. First, they start off as the hot off the blocks team that struggles in the later game, and then right after and then in the game right after, they seem to be doing really strong in the late game. I can't get a good read on this team, and so yeah, Colorado playing it with a little bit of a different set of strats. I do really like it. I also really like the Thermite play. I see that he's asking me up in the chat, and yes, I do really like the Thermite plays. You're getting a lot of solid walls open. I like the fact that you put it down on the bomb for a little bit of BM. It was pretty funny.
I think the kids nowadays say sheesh.
Sheesh. Yes, they do.
Yeah,
they definitely do.
Wait, I'm younger than you. I should be the one saying this. You should be the boomer complaining.
Yeah, dude, I definitely am a boomer, so you would definitely know a lot more about that than me. Either way, Concordia going down to the basement floor. A site that they have had varying degrees of success on themselves. It was very close to time that they didn't, though, and that was because Jawbreaker missed some very, very pivotal, seemingly easy shots, but nothing is ever easy in Rainbow Six Siege, as we do know. But
yeah,
looking at this, they seem to have a lot of, sort of slow you down type of stuff, like the smoke. They got the lesions, they got the Malusis, and so it seems to be that they're content to try and give up the top floor. They're probably only going to delegate the Jaeger and the Malusi to that. If they don't, they want to have something to fall back on.
I don't know what Jawbreaker's preferred method of, breaking jaws is, but it's not shooting because he hasn't been hitting those shots. I'm sorry to say it like this, but 262 on a Jaeger is not something you want to go for.
Yeah, still using the Blitz. Hasn't failed you yet if you're Colorado. I mean, maybe they think it's their key to victory alongside the Thermite. I can't necessarily prove them wrong on that just yet. Drones coming in, looking to clear out the blue area. So it's
They've heard
leading me
us.
to believe that they're going to be looking to hit Garage pretty soon too. But ooh, it's going to be the first one to fall blitz. Running ahead of the drones. That's usually what it leads to.
Well, there goes your blitz. 5v4 right off the rip, not even 35 seconds left in the round. Sly now there alone to contest bar, fires a few shots, and then a few more through the wall, but decides to ultimate side. I hope that would be the right play, but no, he's actually still there. He actually got someone to come and back him up by the looks of it. Regardless, though, a minute wasted. Not much pressure created by the attacking forces of Colorado yet, and that is worrisome.
That's true. They are starting to deal with the hatches, but a lot of the main avenues to the downstairs that you would use to supplement the hatches, they have not done quite yet. We've still got plenty of time to do it, though. They seem to really, really want to get control over blue. But Augie, if there's any one player on the other team besides Sully that I would not want to go up against down here, it would be him. He's definitely been hitting his shots. 8 and 5, and then 1 for the assist. He's been tapping those drones pretty nicely as well. Sly gonna be finding Flores as well. Haven't totally cleared out the roam just yet. So it appears that Colorado is having similar woes to Concordia on their attack when it comes to clearing out the roams.
We're back to flashing teammates, it seems, and then tanking rather smoke canisters as well. Just to top it all off. Regardless, though, pushing through the blue or generator side into the side. Airjeff finally coming out, but another smoke canister will throw a wrench in those plans. Now Finger has to sprint in, immediately taken care of by Sully, who's just playing there masterfully. What a great round, and now Sully rotates around, tries to get another one, but flashes will blind him if he doesn't turn away. He does just that, and now he's ready for another engagement that he will probably be taking in the next few seconds. Doesn't even matter though, Stunner goes for the swing, so does Augie, and it's a flawless one for CUW once again.
Yeah, they really, really wanted that blue generator room, dude. Like, they were focused on it from the very beginning. When they couldn't get it, they tried to open up the hatch, do a little bit of roam clear. Roam clear didn't work. Go back to blue. Finally push the guy out of it with just sheer numbers. He's like, oh shoot, I don't have enough bullets to kill all these guys. So he just gets them out of the room, give it up, and it turns into a killing box because Colorado, that's pretty much the only thing they had gotten up until that point. So with the amount of time they had remaining, they felt a little bit of the pressure to push in through that. But again, Concordia saw it coming a mile away. They adapted very quickly, and the smoke charges made them absolutely freak out, and some of them even run into the site to death.
Well, going into round 10, we're either going to see equalized score lines once again, or it's going to be Concordia pushing the match point on map number 1. We'll see which one it is in probably just over 2 minutes, but until then, let's revel in the fact that we're seeing a cat can play once again.
Yeah, I think they're trying to slow down Colorado. That's probably the idea behind that. They pushed in very fast the last time, Colorado. As soon as they got that wall open and even a couple of kills, they got the crossfire going, you remember, and it was just a very fast take after that. So I feel like Concordia with this is attempting to slow them down. The castle, very much the same, and the smoke. That seems to be the name of Concordia's game on both these recent sites, is slow down our opponents, make them feel pressure to push into the site. We've seen what happens when Colorado feels like they're a bit under pressure. It doesn't always go so well, just for any team.
Yep. Solely deploying those beepers or prox alarms, whatever you want to call them, just to have a little bit of an idea on when someone is pushing them from either the garage doors or the secret window, whatever you want to call that. What does NA call that, by the way? Those blue stairs window. I feel like it's a different callout than in EU.
That's exactly what I call it, is Blue Stairs window, to be honest with you.
Okay. I've heard everything from Harry Potter, which doesn't make sense in the context of Harry Potter in this game. I've heard closet, I've heard supply. Like, there's so many different callouts, and it just feels like, I don't know. I'm still looking for the one that I like.
Yeah, so Concordia looking to get a little bit of feet holes, holding it from down below. Colorado might have to deal with this eventually. They've been struggling with the roam clear, so I'm curious to see. They loved the line in the last game, and so I'm wondering if, in order to deal with these roaming difficulties that they've had, that they try to bring out the line instead. I don't know if they've gotten rid of all the players down here. Yeah, they did get rid of Sully, but I could have sworn they had another player down here as well, so they're very prone to getting flanked still.
Well, Augie, he will get Cammy on a late refrag, meaning that we finally equalize the scoreline. Once again, I know I say that a lot, but it's just been happening refrag after refrag. Kali being brought by Boo again. Claw takes a lot of damage and now has to fall off the swing. He also has the fuser, so he needs to be extra careful. Last Toxic Wave deployed with 1 minute 15 seconds left on the clock. On the flip side, though, the Claymore is also being thrown out by Kali. The attack has stalled for the time being, and as Augie picks second on the round, and that is no more Claude either. Who finds one before actually make that 2, so it's still winnable. 2v2, everyone at full HP, but on paper, at least defense, they are winning. 50 seconds left. Long crossfire going on. Not for long though, as Augie gets zoned off. Fly trying to help him out with a long run out, but he's so far away. I don't know if he can actually help. The recycle fast, so low on HP. Diffuser now recovered. Gonna get planted behind the bomb. Still a C4 in Slice pocket as well. If he gets to use it, it could be devastating, but they know where he is. They know he's gonna push from construction, and that's what's gonna be held by Recycle as Boo finally plants that case.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
Yeah, they knew where both players were after that. Time that they got both shot at, they knew it was safe to defuse. Now, collapsing from 2 different sides, not the easiest of things to do, but they seem to be doing it pretty well. This win, all unrespected. First one taken down. Can the refract come out from Augie, though? Putting in some panic shots, just trying to test the waters. Looking around the corner, seeing if he can find even just a tiny little pixel of him. He doesn't even know where the diffuser is. Probably inside of the next room, he thinks, and so he's able to turn the corner, quickly find Recycle, and there is the diffuser. Plenty of time to get the diffuser. Augie looking like a hero for Concordia.
Oh, there you have it. That's the way we get onto match point for Clubhouse, ladies and gentlemen. It's definitely messy, but it was honestly epic. That was a nice round coming out from Concordia there.
That was... It was a little bit scary for a second, but man, they were still able to get it done. I thought that the fact that they were so split up from each other, and as soon as Colorado knew where both of them were, they were able to get the plant down, but unfortunately, the push back in from Concordia was so fast that they weren't able to get really anywhere besides directly on the bomb site, which made them pretty predictable targets for Concordia. That was the only sort of shortcoming in that situation for them, as something they had no control over. Colorado, now on match point. Going for pretty much the same old song and dance. It worked almost very, very well for them. It's going to be on a different site, gym and bedroom. If I recall, this was a good site for them. And so I wouldn't be too surprised if they were able to take it again and push us back into the basement site.
Well, I mean, the scoreline is 6-4. But honestly, I don't think that's really indicative of how well Concordia's been doing. Yes, they've lost 4 rounds so far in these last 10, but still, I feel like they've been even in their losses, they've been the more dominant team in my mind. So if we end this map on a 7-4, maybe a 7-5, I honestly think it's a very, very fair scoreline. What do you think?
I mean, obviously, I think the scoreline is fair. Both teams have the amount of points that they deserve, except for. I don't know. I was gonna try and bring up a contradiction of that one round that Colorado got, because Jawbreaker had the whiff of a lifetime, but when you whiff like that, you thoroughly deserve it.
Well, there you have it.
Not to be mean, but you do.
We could potentially be seeing the last round of Clubhouse here, so hopefully it's a good one. It looks like it's going to be pretty close to the side type of roams. Everyone's just kind of there, chilling, lurking, playing refrag. No one's really on the other side of the map, at least as far as I can tell, besides Sully. Sully's obviously just in a corner somewhere, and we won't see them for a very long time unless they come across someone on the roam. Jacuzzi wall gonna get opened up just as the bathroom wall behind it gets reinforced, so no better time than right now for sliding fuses. The fuse charges are coming out, and that's funny. Colorado bringing out that fuse because it was using Cafe or in Chalet rather, right?
Oh, they were using it.
Oh, was it them? Oh, okay. So it was like, oh guys, we're behind. This worked very well for us earlier. We should probably just do that again. Hope it yields the same result. For anyone not aware, it was Livid on the fuse, and they got about 5 to 6 kills just with the fuse charges in the span of 2 or 3 rounds. So that's quite high of a success rate.
say it's pretty worth, and clearly they think so too. Bringing it back once again, also to be their hard breacher if Blood doesn't manage to live into the late game. Speaking of the late game, we're about halfway there, and not a single drop of blood has been spilled for either side. So you're thinking if you're Colorado, we gotta make something, we gotta make it happen now. You don't have control over construction, you don't have control over your jacuzzi wall, you really don't have control over everything, so this push is going to be very desperate for Colorado. That doesn't mean it's not gonna be effective.
Oh, that was a very nice cross there. As soon as there was a call that construction was being breached, Toner just pulled up on the angle, protecting his teammate inside of construction. That was very well executed. But on the other side, Jacuzzi's has already been opened up, and Cammy's already pushed up through the bathroom hole, but not for long. Slowly rotates all the way around, gets shut down to low HP, but eventually shuts down the Finka. Livid with the refrag onto Slice, so it's a 4v4 once again, but Sully with a double jawbreaker with one of his own. It's looking more and more like this is the Concordia map right here and right now. Colorado are relying on Recycle and Livid. If anyone can do it, it's them, but they have their job cut out for them once again. Keep in mind, though, Stonar and Sully both extremely low on HP, so never say never.
Yeah, oh man, I was about to say, especially when Livid's, potentially got a 2v2 right here, but unfortunately he's just going to get one tapped in the face. These two players are very low health, and with these bullets ringing out, Recycle, his fate is more or less sealed. Everyone on the opposite end of the map knows where he is. 10 seconds to get 4 kills. Good luck. Gonna go for the diffuser plant. Basically, the only thing you can do at this point. Sonar doesn't know he's on the other end of the wall. He's gonna go swinging around the corner, and it's gonna be a hit right to the heart of Colorado, as Concordia is able to take this first match.
Well,
Defenders have disabled the
that's
bomb.
all she wrote on it.
Bomb defusing attempt failed. Defenders win.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I think I'm back. I accidentally, in excitement, I yeeted out my mic's cable. But,
Oh, hey, that's okay.
well, I'm just really happy seeing Clubhouse. That's how happy I get. I yank out my cables. Regardless, though, a very interesting matchup. I was talking about how our first game of Colorado versus Fuel was a very close one. How it was like, oh, we're going to overtime in games 1 and 2. The scoreline here wasn't as close, and Concordia, they were my favorites throughout the entire game, but this was still a really, really exciting match to watch, maybe even more exciting than the first series, in my opinion. And I have very, very high expectations for Chalet, so I really hope the names lets up, and we have another great show.
Yeah, but let's not forget, we are going back to Cholet. WCU did have, historically, a little bit of a rough time on it, but I do recall if I saw on the scoreline, yes, also having a difficult time up on it was CUW. They lost a little bit worse than their opponents. It was 7-2, whereas it went into overtime for WCU, which I'm sure that they saw that and they realized, all right, they're worse at Cholet than us. We should probably let this map go through, and in fact, we are going to pick it. This is their map pick that we're going into.
No. Okay. Well, we're going to throw it to a short 5-minute break so that y'all can get water, so that we can get water, and we'll catch you very soon. Don't go anywhere. I better see you when I'm back.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC Nationals Playoffs. I'm joined by Boxy.
Man, we've done this intro like 4 times. We got to come up with something new.
Yeah.
But for real though, what a match on Clubhouse we've just seen. Concordia versus Colorado, and we're gonna keep the party rolling. It is a best of 3. We are in the losers bracket of the NECC Nationals Playoffs, meaning that Concordia still need to win one more in order for them to secure their lower bracket victory today. Colorado, they've had a few nice rounds. Overall, I feel like they've been worse than Concordia, but I think from what we've seen from them so far, you've worded it, framed it perfectly. You said they often know what they need to do, they just end up not executing it nearly well enough. And maybe this can change on Chalet. What do you think?
Yeah, my analysis of Concordia was that they know what they need to do, they just don't do it quick enough. But my analysis for Colorado is they know what they want to do, but they don't know how to. But their execution of it is not that great all the time. That's a target ban.
That is a target ban, and honestly, if someone played Blitz against me for 4 rounds in a row, even if they did nothing on that Blitz, I would ban the Blitz, because who wants to look at a Blitz every single round when they're defending? That's not me. Get that out of here. Goodbye.
I feel like they're going to bring out a Monty just to spite him. I'm calling it right now.
You know what? If I waste my ban on a Blitz and you bring, that's totally fair, as long as I don't have to look at a Blitz. It's amazing. Speaking of funky bands, though, Thunderbird, not Thunderband. Thunderbird is banned once again. So it's 2 interesting / target bands, and then 2 completely normal staple bands. So I have a little variety, a little bit of everything, very inclusive bands. You know how it is.
Yeah, and very vanilla inclusive picks as well. You've got your hard breach, you've got your anti-roam, you've got your entry fraggers or soft breach, literally everything you could possibly want for Concordia. It's always very well thought out and planned for their part, whereas for Colorado, they're not afraid to do a little bit more deviated from the meta type of strats, like some crazy things.
You call it
the Blitz. Yeah.
Yeah, you call it a little bit away from meta / deviated. I call it a little bit of trolling. Because look at that. No smoke, no Tachanka. I mean, there is an Echo, sure there is, but his drones haven't been visible in quite a while. As soon as he gets droned out, there'll be an IQ on the board, or at least there could be one. And that just means that there's not going to be much post-plan denial from Echo, unless Concordia failed their job of utility clear throughout the round. Again, the fact that there's no smoke, no maestro, definitely not a huge fan of, but we've seen Colorado win with those smokeless lineups, so who knows?
Yeah, honestly, even with the Echo, I don't see them like 6-picking off of. I would assume it would be the Finka that they get rid of, because I don't know. I feel like Finka just gives you a little bit better of something in this situation. You can find the Echo drones; they're not like invisible, like you just said, and so it's also been a little bit of an issue for Colorado that their anchors always get first blooded. So I think this is going to be a little bit of a feel you out type of round, and see if they do need to bring the IQ in the future.
Pretty much. Nice swing out from Claw, doesn't catch anyone, but there's I don't know. That's a risky, high risk, high reward swing, I guess is what I was trying to say. Again, if I dumb stuff during the stream, excuse me, it is 5 a.m. for me, and we're fighting strong here on the second energy drink. Please sponsor me, any energy drink company at this point, please.
Alright, well, once again, we're seeing Concordia being very vanilla, very careful, droning everything out. Colorado, again, this is something that they haven't done a whole lot of, and it's benefiting Concordia a lot. Look at how fast they're droning as well. They've already cleared out the top floor. Well, sorry, the outside of the top floor, aside from this site is what I mean. And they're pretty much got one side on lockdown, making sure that they're not going to get flanked at all. So, Concordia, this is a good first step to be getting in the first minute. You can eventually start transitioning your way into getting into a position to hit the site.
Well, the Malusi's in a prime position for a flank there. Echo also Roaming a little bit, gets yellow ping, doesn't spot the drone, but there we go. He finally does just that. Sol, though, will take him out. So no more diming roam. There we go. That's 2 for Sully on the sledges L85. Both roamers dead. And again, Echo was the first one to die. The roamer, or sorry, the anchor playing the roaming role died early on. Who would have thought Colorado back on their regular way? Claude there should have gotten the refrag or at least have survived. Didn't happen, and now Blue takes up almost moral damage. Nades are just flying in. 1 minute left on the clock. Sorry for cutting me off.
That's all good. All I was gonna say is that Concordia, they were able to take control of one side of the map, and even when they tried to go for the flank, they had the sight lines. They could only come at them from one way, and they were ready for it. So good zoning by Concordia. They've got 2 players for price of literally free, and 1 player already down, and ooh, it's just 1 left. It's Livid. Granted, he is the 1 player that I would like to be in the situation.
Oh, that's
but even
flawless.
he is dispatched with ease by Concordia.
Oh, that was a 4K, right? Yes? No? Yes? Maybe? Yes?
Maybe. I don't have an answer for you, but I do believe it was. We can
That
check
was-
in the next round. It's not like they have any more kills than the ones they got in the previous round.
That's 4 for Sully. I don't know who got the 5th one. That was at least 4. Very pog.
Ooh.
Very pog. One.
You were calling out the fact that you want to see something like a Tachanka come out. Well, there you have it. You're going to be bringing out all the heavy-duty defenders, like Tachanka, you got Clash.
I've
Who's gonna slow stuff down? You got something to
said
say?
this before. Yeah, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. If you have a specific pocket strat that you're going to bring out once and then shelf it for the next 6 months, then this lineup is fine. The problem with Colorado is that they pick 2 or 3 ops that they need, and then the rest of the operators on for picks, and they don't always mesh together. We've seen Cam Louis on Thorn so many times today. Thorn and Clash are both those niche picks that you can afford to have a maximum of 1 off. I don't think you can have a Thorn and a Clash because you just miss out on so many other important operators. Again, look at that. No grenade denial. We have a Finka, we have a Sledge on the board. We had a Maverick as well, and it got picked off of. I wouldn't be surprised if we pick back onto the Maverick if we see that there's no grenade denial coming out from Colorado. There's no wall denial. We picked off of the Mute to get the Clash.
5 seconds to go.
They're just, hey, we need these 2 operators, and then everyone else just pick whatever you want to frag with. And it's not working out, Colorado. It's not. Please fix that.
Well, we'll see if it doesn't work this time. I mean, who knows? Maybe something crazy will happen again. Crazy things have been happening for Colorado all night. Usually not in their favor, but hey, maybe will turn in their favor for once. But Concordia playing very carefully once again, opening up all the windows, and they've got someone up here looking to face them. They are ready. This is one of the places you would expect someone to be in. So Sully, being understandably careful, he sees the Clash in there, so he's thinking, what's the best way I can deal with this? He's pinging him out, seeing if Finka will come around with a grenade and hit him, but if not, he can always try and do that himself.
Oh, wow, would you look at that? Thorn's dead again. Didn't contribute much during the round. She gets her trapped just like Legion throughout the round. Meaning that, well, she died early, she died in vain, and he could have had another operator on side from Polo Jaeger who would have placed their ADSs early on, and then could have died in peace. Right over. Back to the round. 1 minute left. 5v4 currently. Like you said, Sledge, Sully just being patient on those drones. Also, look at their kills, by the way. 4 and 0. One of which was a grenade kill last round. You died to a grenade, and you still don't bring a Jaeger or a Wamai. What are you doing, Colorado?
I think another good thing for Colorado to bring in this situation where they have such a massive amount of vertical play is if they brought just 1 C4 in order to deal with this presence that Concordia is obviously going to be looking for. It's something that any attacking team is going to be trying to do. So I feel like it was a little bit of an oversight for them not to do it, and next time they probably will. They did bring a Pulse once in the past, and it did a pretty decent amount of work for them. Oh, here comes the grenades from Sully. He's going to be looking to get one. I think that's more or less on point. Unfortunately for him, it's barely behind a wall. I think that Claude got saved by that. Ooh, Sonar going to get clapped back down a little real quick by Livid. And so with a minute remaining, it's just about even.
Well, Eat your words, because Sully finds Claude as well. Now the grenades are coming out onto the Clash. She doesn't take any damage, but she's on 50 HP as it is. A few shots into the legs, and she will be down. Another grenade coming out from Sully. He'll try bouncing it, but it doesn't connect again. Ella there with the FO12 trying to support, and she does just that. But no, she misses the shots. That's crucial for you to hit. And while Sully's pushing down those stairs in that 4v3, I really hope his teammates are pushing from the other way around for the crosses. The headshot comes out from both Ace and the Nomad, and hopefully they can get a few pot shots in. They go for the plan instead, which is just as great, creating as much chaos and confusion as possible, trying to get both the L and the Clash to pull back to the side. Augie does get the Clash though, and there he goes, Sully with a double, gets Livid as well, all up to Recycle, who will get shut down by Augie for a double on the round. And it's not even close.
Yeah, the reason why I had said it was even was because they still had the chance of doing the area denial with the Tachanka up, but literally as soon as I got done saying it, he just got fragged out. So that was a huge kill for Concordia to get. If they hadn't, Colorado still would have had a little bit of an opportunity to do some more zone denial. They had the stairs a little bit on lockdown with the fact that they had the Ella shotgun on the stairs. Missed a couple of shots, but you still can't afford to try and push and take the risk that they're going to miss all those shots again. And you've got basically the human drone, which is Clash eyeing you down as soon as you try to peek around the corner. So I believe that if Tachanka was alive, it would have been a lot harder for them to push in that window. As soon as they hear the diffuser go down, they're going to just chuck in a whole bunch of those fire grenades.
Look, I'm not even going to talk about operator lineups. I'm gonna get mad. And you don't want me mad, I don't want myself mad. It's 5 a.m. We're chilling or vibing. It is what it is. Instead of criticizing anything that Colorado may bring, I'm just going to praise Concordia because, again, I like their picks. I do want to see what they elect to do with the OSA pick because they did replace the Finca, but I'm not opposed to it in general. They just need to play this right. Maverick to Buck, though. I don't know. When you're attacking basement, yeah, you need the vertical pressure, but you have Sledge for that. If you have the Maverick with you, you can open up the breaches much, much faster and hassle-free. You'll need much less utility as well, so there's always that.
Yeah, I think that they're looking to go in a way other than just the main garage door. That's what Concordia, everything that they've done to this point says we're not just going to go straight on in for the easiest pathway. We're going to try and get a bunch of different things going in our favor at once to just squeeze the life out of our opponents. So I'm pretty sure they're going to try and go in for Wine Cellar, get the reinforced wall there, as well as a little bit of control on the stairs so that they can cut off the rotation between the sites, and then try and make a push and get any kills that they can along the way, as well as the roam clear. That's all of the little mini objectives for Concordia. The first one is going to be starting with finding this Ella.
We see Sully clearing his beloved library as is customary for him. We've seen him get a few amazing kills here in rounds 1 and 2, and he's looking to replicate just that. Osa behind him with the shield, usually the other way around, but honestly, I think if you're anyone on Concordia, you're just hiding behind Sully because he's going to take care of anyone in his path. 1 minute left, and nothing much has happened yet, but I can tell Concordia they're setting up for another meticulous attack.
Yeah, oh wow, getting really close. That's a... He's really betting on the fact that there's no one on the bottom of those stairs. Probably droned it out already. They've got eyes in the electric claw, so the Osa going down there. He can also go up here, throw down a little bit of grenade, and take down the electric claw. So it should be a good, easy take on the garage door now. They do still have someone that could potentially be on the flank. Recycle first.
Oh, no.
A good spot to maybe do some damage. But speaking of damage, Claw's going to be taking down quite a few. Recycle going to be getting his flank kill. Just like that, things aren't looking so hot for Concordia anymore.
Well, Cam was down, but even they got picked up, and it is a 2v4 at the moment. Just over a minute left to work with. 2 smokes and a grenade, and that's all that Sly and Sully have in their pockets. Claude still roaming uncontested, but that's going to change in just a second. Takes a little bit of damage, doesn't dish out any in return, and now they need to be careful. They go for the swing and the nade at the wrong time. That's a triple for Claude. Can he make it? 4 shoots out the drone as well, and now Sly on the other side of the map. All alone, scared. Why even push the side here? Just use the time you have left as a tactical timeout of sorts. No, he goes for the swing. He gets the kill. That's it off. B3 with Cam low on HP. Claude could also be taken off with just a few shots. The smokes will be utilized. Nice cutoff angles there. And now you can just go for the kills. But the vertical holes from Claude will make it a 4 on the round as he closes out the first round for Colorado. And the first one that we can say was actually deserved.
Yeah, Colorado. That was a very good hold of the site. It all started off with the Ella lining a couple up and taking them all down like bowling pins. The ability for, I think it was, I want to say Boo on the castle to stay alive upstairs for so long, evade all the droning out that Concordia was meticulously doing, and then come around the back and shoot one in the face, throwing the whole thing into disarray. Concordia, as soon as it was done to 2 people, they're like, well, clearly we need to drone out a little bit better and maybe not push Claude so hard. That's a lesson that I'm sure that they're going to be taking to heart, and they're going to be giving Claude a little bit more breathing room, or trying to util him a little bit harder before they go in for the kill.
Valkyrie being brought out once again. We've talked about her quite a lot. I do want to see how Limit end up using her, and I do want to see if she just throws those cameras out, if they get done, maybe even by an IQ. Although Concordia, they seem to just kind of be doing their own thing. They're like, who do we need for this attack? Who do we need to execute our strat? They're not as concerned as to who Colorado is bringing on their defenses. And that's not always the best choice, but Concordia, they've had a few dominant rounds so far in Chalet, so who am I to say no?
Yeah, I mean, it's good sometimes to play reactionary, and sometimes it's good to stick to your game plan and believe in the process. This time, I feel like it could possibly hurt them because they're not going to have as easy of a time finding these belt cams, and even after
and
belt
the Mozzie
dies, they're still
drones
going to be just as useful in the Mozzie drones as well. So, yeah, as well as pretty much literally anything that Colorado have in terms of util, it's going to be, this is a very util-intensive setup for Colorado that an IQ could really dismantle. But obviously, you would have to trade it out for something else, and I don't necessarily know what Concordia would be comfortable with.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe Finca, I don't know. Have the IQ search for those cameras early on, get at least 2 and 3, get those K charges, and then just act as an entry. I think that would work, although the lack of explosives makes her less appealing. Speaking of less appealing, Jawbreaker's jaw is broken once again, as he just gets shut down on entry by a recycle, and, well, Colorado, they have a real shot of evening this up. There's still quite some time to go here, and the nades are coming out, and even good of the shield and the barbed wire. That's a nice Kobe.
Yeah, and again, without any grenade or any sort of util denial, those shields are going to go down very fast. Sully always ready for a player trying to come down through the kitchen side of the map. Concordia, this is exactly how they did this site the last time. They make sure that they get control of that one side, and if anybody tries to go for a flank from the bottom, they're ready for it, and they shoot them right in the face. So Claude has been adequately dealt with. That was one of the major mini objectives for Concordia in order to do this. It looks like Mozzie's trying to time his a little bit effectively as well. Coming from a little bit lower than they were expecting. So that is going to be devastating for this Concordia push.
Well, it is a 2v4, and they know at least one of the players from Colorado is very, very far on the map. Your best bet now is to just sprint into side, dump all the utility you have left, which is not much. 3 flashbangs and a few of X-Skyros, but they're as good as fidget spinners now because there's nothing else for you to open, really. Regardless, sprint into the side, take your ones, may as well work because you know there's players playing below you, waiting, lurking, trying to get you, but Boo's already on top of Ivy stairs now, waiting for someone to swing him or push into Ivy. 30 seconds left. Sly has the diffuser in pocket, and Solar's looking in the right way. There we go. That's a 2v3 now. It's winnable. There was still someone playing in piano. The flashes are coming out, and they're somehow not blinding Sonar. So nice, Kobe's nice coordination, but Cammy's still playing down below. I'm not exactly sure what Concordia are going for here, especially as Sly gets down, all up to Sonar to push in, knows where the first one is, goes for the pickup, pulls out, gets the first one, but Tifa from below will tie it up as Colorado get their second round in a row with their name.
Yep, Colorado evening things up. Doing a lot better than they did on the first time on that site. They were able to Like, I feel like it was mostly because they had a little bit better of a roaming game this time. Their angles, they were all coming from the main floor, but this time they tried to go a little bit deeper. They had a player sitting all the way down on garage stairs and taking shots at them up from there. So that's a lot harder for someone like Sully to figure out, especially when it's coming so far after you just killed on the player that you killed before that. So you're probably thinking, all right, they probably learned their lesson. Probably all going up into sight. Not going to peek us again.
Attackers
So
need to
as soon
locate
as you
and
peel
defuse
off of that, you
bomb.
got a player coming from even lower shooting you. It was a good adaptation for Colorado.
Agreed. And just when I thought this was going to be a quick map and I'm going to be able to go to sleep at a normal time, and by normal I mean before 6 a.m., Colorado strike back. Or strike back, rather. And they're still striking. I don't know, we've seen this power struggle where Concordia, they take the lead, they do really well, and then they let up. Colorado kind of takes advantage of that, evens it out. It's like, I don't even know. I don't know where I was going with this. But it looks like we're here for the long run. Again, potentially OT is on the table. Concordia, they already won a map. If they win this one, it's over for Colorado. But there's still so many rounds to be played out before that.
I seen if you can get all of them at once. I don't think you're going to be able to quite get that angle recycled because it doesn't exist. But he's going to be fine getting those two with his single electric claw. Once again, going for the roam claw. They did find him the last time, but in history, he's been a pretty great roamer. Thinking back to the last game when we were on Cafe Dostoevsky where he got the 4K. And so even though you've been having some trouble recently, I would still feel inclined to try and go for it because of just how much value you've gotten for it on the night. You obviously have to be a lot more careful because this team plays off the intel, they play off of each other very well, and they make sure that they clear one whole side of the map, and if you want to roam at them, you have to go right onto their sight line from a long way away. So Concordia makes themselves generally pretty hard to roam against.
Mozzie spotted out now, but now I'm not sure if the Ella was, and she could prove detrimental there. It doesn't even matter, though, as Chem will shut down Jawbreaker, and that is no more air jab on the round for Concordia's push. Chem's get over-aggressive, though, loses a lot of HP. Claude with a second one onto Sonar. Sully finally answers with one of his own, but it may be too little and too late. He's low on HP as well, so is the Mozzie, though. Who's going to win this one? No one hits their opponent, but even a single bullet. He forces as well, and a few wall bangs just in case anyone's there, but none connect. Claude with a second one onto Sly, though, and it's a 2v4 as Colorado are slowly taking the reign.
Yeah, and Concordia are taking the bait, walking right into another kill from Claude. He's gonna finally get an answer for him, but it's coming a little bit too late for Concordia. I would think does get the snapshot onto Boo, but Boo is just a little bit more towards the head. Hits him in the face, and that is going to be the round in the favor of Colorado once again. So we're at the final round of the half, and Colorado look to be getting what you would typically expect a defender's side to be getting out of this map. You can still obviously even things up if you're Concordia, but off that last round and how good the roaming has been from Colorado, unless Concordia really changes something up, I think that this is going to be something that Colorado uses to get themselves the fourth round.
What are the odds? Be honest with me here. What are the odds we are going not only to overtime but also to a
Attackers need to
third
locate and
map?
defuse as many bombs as they can.
That's a good question. I think that it's probably like a, I don't even know. I want to call it like a 48% chance that we're going to another map. Like, I think it's just a little bit less than half, but Colorado, I mean, they've shown me no reason to doubt them just yet, so maybe I'll give them the 52%. I really can't say here, Boxy. It just depends on how Colorado does when the sides flip. They generally have struggled as soon as the maps flip sides, but
5 seconds to go.
it's still up in the air. This was a map that was very difficult for Concordia the last time. It was a 7-2, whereas for Colorado it was a 8-7 finish. So I really can't say. Both things can be weighed equally as much.
Okay, so I guess only time will tell. Another round, another Concordia lineup that I like. It's again very evened out. They have a little bit of everything they need. On the flip side, again, no grenade No smoke coming up from Colorado, but at least the niche picks like the Clash and the Warden aren't there, so I guess that's a step in the right direction by itself.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't gotten hit too hard by the frag grenades, but you obviously want to make sure that you're not getting hit by the stun grenades. Ooh,
Cam got hit pretty
hard.
hard.
His life very early on. That's going to be the roam game already getting addressed by Concordia. I think they still have like one more guy up here, unless Claude has since made his way back to the side. Nah, he's still there. Still looking to try and get his one kill before he gets out of there.
Ella, though, will retreat to kitchen, probably going into dining and then either lurking there or just full-on rotating around. Augie on the window, still waiting for his teammates' drones before entering, probably for the better. Pings a drone, just good measure, I guess. We're approaching the halfway mark, and again, sun control has been established, but you're still so far away from the actual... No one's even paid attention to that just yet. I love you. Thank you, Boo. We love you too. I don't know if that's directed at us, but yeah, we should give him a heart in chat. Follow.
That'd be pretty nice. Gonna love right on back. Taking the time to do that in the middle of a very intense round as well. But I mean, it's been pretty calm up until this point. You're finally gonna find quads, so the roaming phase is over for Concordia with 50 seconds left once again. And it does appear that they've found one of the electric claws. I believe he also put one up high as well. That will finally get rid of it, but the thermite could still have the time to make his way outside and break that wide open.
He's very lucky his player model didn't let out a scream when the grenade hit him, or it would have been over for him, but he's still kind of lurking there in the corner. No one's ready for him behind the trash bag, and he could be the element of surprise that Colorado need to win another round. 30 seconds left in the execute is shaping up. He's gonna get droned out. Miss a few shots on the drone, but ultimately doesn't matter. He just needs to hold X on the side. Still a C4 in the pocket, but not for long as Sully gets the nade onto Recycle. It's 2v5 now, and Sully gets taken out finally. 15 seconds left. Who's gonna get this one? It's gonna come down to the wire. Augie gets one, and it's all up to Livid with 2 impacts to try and clout. A little bit of damage, throw out some impacts, takes up even more damage, but the plan finally sticks. Now Livid has to push against 4 defenders, and he has no intel, no HP, and no utility to back him up on that. Keep in mind the vertical holes have been opened as well, but Jawbreaker finally secures a kill straight from the supply closet, or small cubby as we like to call it, and that's another Concordia round.
So we are going to be ending the half dead even between Concordia and Colorado. Switching now over to the defensive side, the side that in theory, statistically, you want to be having if you're Concordia. And yeah, I'm sure that they're going to be picking a lot more tried and true methods than Colorado were. And just as I said, it seems that they're coming out with the Montana, or maybe they're going with the Fuse Shield. I really don't know. But back to what I was saying. Concordia, I think that they will probably have a really good defensive side because... Again, when Colorado were on the defensive side, they had a lot of gaps in what they were trying to do, and that was capitalized upon a lot by Concordia. Same was true on the previous map. And Concordia, the rounds that they lose is because they just get sort of outgunned and out intel. They lose a key player off the rip. And so Concordia, if they can manage to keep the smoke and the Kate alive towards the end, I believe that their methodology will see them to win.
Well, the first half was even, and now the sides have been flipped. The roles reversed, and Concordia is going to be trying out their defensive shoes or intent on Chile, and Colorado will try and take the reins on their attacks. I like the Flores, I like the Nomad, I like the Osa. There's the Monty that you mentioned, although it's been picked onto Blitz, and it's Recycle first on the Blitz now instead of the Livid, which we've seen earlier on Clubhouse. Ken's gonna be playing the Finka, which is again pretty standard, so no complaints there. I do want to see just how much Sully can get done with the Alibi, because I don't know, you need to do something there to justify bringing the Alibi over someone else. As I've been critical of Colorado, I'm also gonna say the same thing to Concordia.
Real quick. $1 bet. Is Fuse using the shield or is he using the AK? We switched to
AK.
Okay, I bet he's using the shield just to mess with them a little bit. Colorado.
Oh, it's
turned
the
themselves to be a little bit
LMG. It's on the
trolls.
screen. What do we
So
say?
we're both wrong.
Well, I was less wrong for what it
You
matters.
were less wrong. Here.
Deployment here.
I owe you $1, I guess. But yeah, Fuse still trying to get good things going. Unfortunately for Concordia, they didn't bring a whole lot of anti-util either, so if those grenades will be getting through and potentially hitting them. The Rotero drones also making their way on the site, gaining some good intel. He knows exactly what he wants to know now. The pathway is more or less clear towards the stairs, and there's a player inside of the site. That's intel that he can act on.
Jawbreaker playing low from the vertical holes, possibly also waiting to use up his C4 at the perfect time. I'm not sure if Kate's gun is the one to play for vertical. It's rather slow firing, but to each his own, I guess. Who's going to take a lot of damage? Join Claude in the below 75 HP club, but that's pretty much all the damage we've seen in the game so far. Don't think on the board, and her adrenal surges will stim you up a little bit. There we go, that happens right as I call it. Recycle first gets the entry, and Solly stalls Cammy with it, or Cam rather. I don't know why I keep saying Cammy, with a second and then a third one as both Sly and Toner fall. It's all up to Jawbreaker and Augie, and they are 6 and 6 between them combined, so not looking all that well. But Jawbreaker finds the first one, who's now planned for possibly the first time Colorado take the lead. Augie gets one onto Recycle fast and is a 2v3, but again, the diffuser has been stuck. The roles have been reversed, and now the defenders have to retake the side. Nice C4 from Jawbreaker. That's 2 from him, and it's actually very winnable, but he needs to get back to side because Augie's all alone up there. He doesn't know where his opponents are, and one of them is just repelled on the window behind the Nosa shield. 20 seconds left. Jawbreaker finally back on side, but it may just be too little too late once again as Augie's stuck alone, clearing corners one by one. Oh no,
my
the
God,
Nomad though,
Cam's-
she gives away her position and then gets on Cam, still wins the gunfight. Live it, how do you live there? The Claude has now been given out, but it doesn't matter as we're officially out of time. The air jet triggered as well, and it's another round for the attackers as Livid gets the second one as well in what shouldn't have even been one kill for them.
This man Livid, he's got 9 lives. That's the second time we've seen something
Christ.
crazy like that happen to him this series. The first time was in the previous series where he tried to shoot that air jab directly onto the player behind the cover, not knowing that they were there, only to hit him with it, pull out the gun, and then kill him. Same principle applies. Livid, he's got 9 lives. Very skillful, but also a little bit lucky player. That was a very good round for them to be getting. It's always the round at the beginning of the half that they're going to be winning, but I again, at this point, I can't put too much stock in it. It looked pretty good while they were doing it, especially that post-plant situation. But I still feel that Concordia, it's been a very big problem for Colorado that they win the first round and then they just lose a lot of the subsequent rounds, and Concordia is a bit more icy. So they still think that it's possible that Concordia can be pushing this into overtime or even win.
Well, we're going to be seeing another top floor defense, and hopefully it goes a little bit better with the defense this time around. Colorado, they've been winning rounds convincingly left and right recently. And again, Concordia, after the first 2 rounds, I was convinced they had this map in the bag, but Colorado fired back a few shots of their own. And it's anyone's game once again.
Yep, anybody's game. It seems that Colorado, they have found their setup. This is exactly the same thing that they ran the last time, and so I'm thinking they're going to keep on going with it until it fails, just like they normally do. But how long until it fails? I don't necessarily know. So he's in a position where he could potentially be in a little bit of trouble, especially if they push from behind him and in front of him at the same time. Very focused on trying to hit that guy through the window. Ooh, looked like Fuse was trying to go for a little bit of something there, but instantly gets pushed back. And so, at least for the moment, Concordia are keeping their opponents nice and trapped on the outside of the map.
Yep. Well, they've wasted a little bit of time, but when attacking top floor chalet, you know, it takes some time to clear out the library, the K9 Bankley top fireplace. That all takes time. Rome wasn't built in a day, so I wouldn't, or rather, I would give Colorado the benefit of the doubt. Cammy takes quite a little bit of damage, throws out the nade that almost bounces off of the window frame, but still hits its target in the end. So now at least there's no more shield for the defenders to Sonar, though gets the entry onto Claude, and that is absolutely huge. Osa gone for the round, or Osa, as it commonly pronounced. As a Falcon person, I can tell you that. You're welcome.
Oh, well, thanks. But, yeah, Colorado, they are going to be losing Osa first. But they've still got plenty of good stuff going. They don't have any frags, but they still got the fuse charge, as well as a couple of flashbangs. Oh, there you go, Sully. Just as I'm saying, you still got everybody. Ah, Livid, getting caught out, my friend. Unfortunate. And so, Outbreaker seems like he's been found out a little bit, putting some shots right on back, but he's very separated from the rest of his team. If Colorado really wanted to, they could probably try and pinch him out. They've got plenty of time to do that and then go towards the site. But would it be worth doing? I'm not quite sure.
Well, 4v2, Augie gets a kill onto Cam, and it's 50 seconds left. So again, so much time to work with for the attackers, but they are lacking in manpower, if nothing else. Everyone on defense on 100 HP as well. Their pockets full with a C4 and 2 impacts. What else could you wish for? Augie has 2 magnets in pocket that haven't even been deployed. That's how confident he is. He doesn't even need them. But with the diffuser walking up back Solarium, but gets yellow pinged while doing so. C4 comes out, doesn't connect. Now there's a vertical pressure to worry about it as well. Blue being pre-fired from multiple angles. 15 seconds left. 2 goes creeping up the stairs, and he starts sprinting at the worst possible time. Jawbreaker with 1. Shut down by Recycle, but there's so many people to look at. No time. Sonar gets the final pick of the round.
Yeah, so it seems that Concordia have figured out Colorado's ways, and they're going to be clapping back rather quickly. Colorado, I'm hoping that they don't get caught in that trend again, where they have brought it up many, many times now. This is a pivotal round for them because of that especially, and that's why I bring it up, is if they can break this streak of having difficulties after the first round of the half switch, then I well and truly think that they can break the curse and make their way on through. They're going to be bringing out the Montaigne this time. And so, man, they had great success with the Blitz, generally, when they were bringing that. I'm wondering if they can get the same thing from the Montaigne without the flash of the shield.
I don't know. I do want to say I like Concordia's picks once again. The only thing that I'm missing, or that I wish I saw more of on their lineup, is intel. And yeah, you're going to say Boxy, but they have a pulse. They have all the intel they want. Yes. But with how Sully's been playing, with how aggressive they've been getting, and, given the fact that they're 12, 5, and 2, you can't really blame them for it. I don't think this pulse is going to be long. They're going to use their scanner to get a C4 kill, and then they're just going to throw themselves at the enemies the first chance they get. Which is not necessarily wrong, because you're going to create a lot of pressure onto them. But once the pulse dies, or if they get cut out with their pens down, just by accident, there's pretty much no intel to go off of, aside that one bulletproof cam being provided by the Jaeger, and even that comes at the expense of not even having one barbed wires around the bomb site. So, besides the lack of intel, huge fan of what Concordia are doing, and I hope they end up executing it well. You've already said Colorado's biggest problem is the fact that they know what they want to do, but they can execute it. Concordia's biggest problem is that they know what they want to do, but they've run out of time. The good news for them, at least, is that on defense, the time works in your favor, so you can run out of time to do something, and I think they're banking on that as well.
Yeah, running out of time actually makes you win on the defensive side, so Concordia, I'm sure, are going to be loving it. But intel, you said it was a problem for Concordia potentially. We're going to be seeing some being gained by Colorado, making some very quick gains towards the site, using the Rotero drones to keep on pressuring their opponents. Sully's not really getting too much with the scans, and I think it's because Colorado know that they're probably going to try and pull something like this out. Maybe they even saw the pulse, and they're realizing maybe we just delay our push up top, even if we go up there at all.
We do see Sonar above, looking through the head, checking the window. As soon as he looks away, though, Claude gets 1 before finally being shut down by Sully, but that's another refrag by Livid. Sly gets down, eventually finished up, but it's a 2v4 this time for Colorado. Make that a 4v1. The plant is going down. Cammy going Nuki with the Finka spear and accidentally dropped down. Not sure if it was an accident, but it's not really boding well for them. 1v4, can they make it a Concordia round? Plant now stuck, meaning that again you need to be quick in isolating those frags, looking around the corner, corner. Will he at least find one? Pet those stats, bet the KD, get the cost up. Here's the Claymore being deployed, doesn't know exactly where, but now is wary of angles from above. Well, no. Someone's right there, but doesn't know what or how to do. Doesn't matter though. Boo's there, shuts him down, and that's another round for Colorado, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's a huge run for them to win as well, because yeah, they've broken the curse, and now I'm sure that they've just proved it to themselves that they can go toe to toe with Concordia. Usually you would be going into that round thinking, okay, how are we going to get control over top? Colorado instead sees just how much Concordia has delegated to keeping control over top, even with the Pulse, and they think exactly what you're thinking. Well, they don't have a whole lot of intel. If we don't go top, the Pulse won't be really as effective. So instead they go bottom. Well, all of Colorado is looking up. They're shooting them right in the sides, and well played from Colorado. I'm sure that Concordia were not expecting them to come from the same level as much as they did.
Yeah, I think you're right, and if that was actually intentional, I feel like Colorado should be praised for that read. Good on them. Once again, we're edging match point. No serious point yet, though, because if Colorado get this one, we are going on to Border, and Border is an interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen Border in competitive since its rework, and I'm pretty sure you said the same thing. So it's going to be something new for us, and, well, likely not completely new to the players, but I don't think they've played any officials, or at least many officials on Border recently.
Yeah, never have I ever casted a Border since the rework. It would be... and I'm sort of
Starts
hoping it goes to
drinking
OT just so I
furiously.
can get the experience with it. But yes, I'm also seeing the fact that Colorado has decided, after all this success with the meta type stuff, to bring in the Kali. I mean, Kali, she does do some good stuff, especially on the outside of the map, so if any of the sites, I think it's good that they're bringing her on this one. So yeah, looking to get some long-range shots, going behind the rock walls. This is actually could be a great use for Kali.
I'm very surprised that they aren't being more more careful in those angles. Last time we've seen someone play, I think it was a Cade. We've seen the Cade play right behind the trash cans on the left, and no one's really checked that up until now. But now, you know, it would have been too little too late if anyone was actually planning there and planning on swinging you. So that seems like a little bit of an oversight, but luckily for Colorado, no one from Concordia was hiding there this time around. Regardless of the breach has been opened very fast, Sonar also takes 55 HP damage early on and has to pick their fights for the rest of the round. The entry goes to Solly though, and Concordia, they do take the early lead on paper at least.
Yeah, and I think they take the lead in general in this round. Obviously, Colorado, it's not a death sentence to be losing your Jackal. Although, Concordia, they do have some pretty mean roamers on their team. I don't know how many of them are doing that. It looks like most of them are hunkered down on the site. So maybe losing the Jackal is not going to be that big of a deal. But, still, Colorado are pushing this very carefully.
No.
Oh, maybe not as carefully as they should have been, as Livid is instantly taken down. Boo with a nice refrag onto Augie. And yeah, he might just be able to crawl his way into a revive, Livid still.
Yeah, well, if it was 2 years ago, you know, Livid could have just picked themselves up on the Zofia, but Withstand hasn't been a thing for a while. What has been a thing is Adrenal Surge picking people up, and that is exactly what we're going to be seeing as Cam gets Livid up. Again, sorry for calling you Cammy for evening. I don't know why I see Cam Louie and I just shorten it to Cammy. I know you're just Cam. That's on me. Cheap. Regardless, 4v4, make that a 4v3 as Jawbreaker gets Boo and then Cam as well. 4v2 now, and it's looking good for Concordia. 30 seconds left. 2 flashes, 2 claymores, and that's pretty much all they have going on for them. Claude now looking furiously for a pick, and Livid creeps up behind the Jaeger. Jaeger doesn't see him though, and Jaeger falls. 3v2 stuns on Zofia in hand, but they don't connect on anyone just yet. Sully with a nice swing onto Livid. Caught at the wrong time, all up to Claude. And Sully takes care of that too.
Yeah, much better hold from the side of Concordia. They will be adequately repelling the Colorado attack, despite the fact that I thought that the Kali pick was actually going to come in serious handy. They completely got control over the garage door wall. That's a great first step, and I thought they still literally had plenty of time. I think about 2 whole minutes to do whatever else they wanted. But as soon as they tried to go for something else, they got clapped really, really hard. And yeah, literally as soon as they opened up the wall, bullets came right back through to the other side and downed Livid. He did end up living through that, but it had the effect of slowing things down tremendously, making him weak for the rest of the round.
Do you realize there's still a slight possibility we're not going into overtime?
I do.
Defenders,
I
protect your
smile.
bombs from
You can't see, but I smile.
Okay. Well, either way, these 2 rounds will be deciding if we do that or not. Concordia, if they take them, the game will end right here and now, and Colorado will be eliminated from the playoffs. So their lives in the NECC are on the line at the current moment. Can they win and play for their lives, or will Concordia be putting an end to their run in the playoffs? A lot to play for. Concordia, obviously, they have a little bit of a insurance policy of the next map, as well as potentially the overtime. If they win this round, they will have the insurance of the overtime no matter what. So Colorado, they've got a lot more weighing on their minds than them.
objective is to locate the bomb.
Well, I feel like with Colorado, whenever they get put under pressure, they don't perform. If you think back to Cathay and Chile that we've seen them on in the previous series, and I know I keep referring to that a lot, I'm sorry, it's just a great place to draw infer data from. But if you think back to that, as soon as they were in match point for 2 games in a row, they just threw all of the advantages that they had. When they were up ahead, they were up ahead. As soon as they just needed that 1 round to close it out, they lost it all. And I'm afraid for them the same thing's going to happen once again.
And so the Kali going to be getting firm control over the wall. He's going to be opening it rather quickly. They always do a very good job with the Kali of getting these walls open quickly. But they've got themselves very, very centralized.
Oh
Aside
god,
from the-
oh god, oh
Levin,
no!
He's going to get caught out as a straggler. So Colorado, their
Oh,
grip on the map is
no!
deteriorating rapidly, especially with Louis down to 1 HP. He does get a clapback on a Jawbreaker, excuse me. But yeah, he's still basically out of the game. He's going to put down a couple of Claymores just to see if he can catch any rotating players. But Colorado, they lost a huge player in that. Now Concordia can roam more or less undeterred, and they're now able to find yet another down on defuse. Colorado, they're just losing health left, right, and center.
I was gonna say Blue low on HP, but before I could get that out, Sully will take care of that problem. Lysyko's still low, and Cammy on a sliver of HP, all up to Claude to clutch this one up, and he gets the first one. Can he make it more? On paper, it's a 3v3, but in the situation is much, much grimmer for Colorado than it is for Concordia. Keep in mind, they're also on defense, and the time is working for them. Sully with a double as Recycle finally succumbs to his wounds. Now Cam also down, and it is actually all up to Claude. Throws out his last Selma charge, which unfortunately gets caught by the Magnet, decides to rotate all the way around before Cam bleeds out, but it's probably going to be too little and too late. By the time Claude gets there, nope, there we go, taken out by Sonar. It's going to be a 3v1. Keep in mind, Sonar, Sly, Sully. Wow, that's a lot of asses actually in there. They're all at full HP. They even still have impacts that they could throw at Claude if they want. They're still in there, nothing for them to do. They know where he is, they're pre-firing in his direction. 25 seconds left so they can get open, especially with the smoke canisters obstructing your vision and chipping away at your HP. Claude looks the wrong direction, but somehow makes it out alive. Now he knows he needs to push. What can he even do in this situation? He has the fuser, but there's no room for him to plant at all. 9 seconds left, so he goes for the swing. The plant is actually being attempted. I will push up, almost get killed. That's all we road. We're going to serious point, baby.
Yep, serious point for Concordia. They make their opponents run right on out of time. Once again, getting good kills early on and giving them no quarter. Colorado, they got the wall, again, very well, just like they did in the previous round. But as soon as they tried to go for anything after that, their pushes were very separate from each other. And I don't think they droned out well enough because that Nomad seemed not too aware of the fact that she was walking right on into a cage and just got shut down just like that. So Colorado, they do a very good job of getting their first initial objective recently, but they need to keep map control open to where they can expand into more things after they get that first objective.
Again, you've just said this so perfectly. I have nothing else to add. But like we said, it's not only map point, match point, and series point. If Concordia only get one more either now or then end up winning 2 more in overtime, should we need it? This is it. Colorado will be the first team out of the NECC Nationals. Keep in mind, this is it. There is a 525 USD prize for winner takes all, and Colorado's going to be out of contention for that. They've put up a great fight today, and they're not out yet, but it's definitely shaping up to be that way.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, Concordia, this is a site that they've actually had a really hard time on because they just dedicated so much to keeping control over the top that Colorado just saw that. They pushed right on the ground level, straight through the bar, in the side door, and shot pretty much everybody. So Concordia, they've got to be wary of that this time. They've still got very limited amount of intel with the pulse to the top floor, but I'm sure that they're going to be forcing the Jaeger and the Womai to make sure that they don't get caught out so hard on the ground floor pushes through the doors.
Drew on the floors. Can we get another kill? We've already seen one today. No, decides to go for the AES instead. A very, very valuable decision there. Not now in, but very little places to go. Gets the magnet, gets the default camera. There's that. Now I need to either push directly into the side, cause a few dangerous angles, or turn your back to either melee or should open a barricade. None of those options very desirable. And they're alive for now. Livid, on the other hand, barely alive, as they take a lot of damage, and they're mostly just alive because of the Trinka stim. The mid left and around Claude on the drone, that's something we've sorely been missing from Colorado, and I'm glad it's finally changing for the better. Cycle first takes a lot of damage, and now Augie on the flank. Here's someone moving close, goes for the shot, finds not only Claude, the fuser, and for Candela still in pocket.
Oh, and he knows as well. He doesn't really have to move very much from there. They know where Colorado has to go from this point. And it would surprise me if Colorado didn't delegate pretty much everybody to get in that bomb back. Because, I mean, you got one roamer on there. It would, based on how Colorado's been playing as well, it seems like they would try and do it as a team. So you can pretty much bet on that if you're Concordia. Putting some big shots on Naboo as well as he's trying to go for that. One thing you got to worry about is losing Tachanka in the late game. That could be a big dagger if they do lose him along the way. Cam getting pretty close, as well as Livid to getting a mean crossfire going, and Boo getting in and on the site as well. So despite the fact that they've been having a hard time getting the bomb,
oh no,
they've been getting good control of the
slide!
site.
Livid gets one, slide very low on HP, goes for the swing, actually gets Boo's head, so that's a nice swing, but now you're on 1 HP, use your Shimikas before swinging out again. Livid pushes up, finishes just thought Cam almost equalizes the scoreline out, and there we go, it's a 2v2. Cam is low on HP, Livid also taking quite some damage, but the plant is being attempted. Sonar now has to deploy the smoke canister, that's the last one he has, but it does deny the plant. There we go, masterfully played. It's all up to Livid. He doesn't know where anyone is. The pole's playing below, but he can give all the intel that he wants. He knows where the case is as well, and now he detected heartbeat of Livid. Great LMG in pocket to try and win this one out. Going for the safe plant, but you know someone's right above you. You can't just attempt to plant there. There we go, though. Sonar closes it out, and it's all Concordia as they finally win this series. Again, a 2-0, but what a game. What a series.
Yeah, that was just about as close of a series as you can get, aside from going into double OT like we did in the last one. Concordia, they will be keeping their run in the NECC playoffs. Nationals alive. Unfortunately, Colorado will be getting DFR'd and will have to try in the next semester.
Well, that's it for our casting debut. Well, at least together. That's my NECC debut. I'm not sure if you've done any NECC before. Definitely my first time. Nope. Both of us? Okay, both of us were new. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. We had 2 great matches, and we're just going to keep this short and sweet. Do you have any closing words?
Nothing other than congratulations to Concordia and the winners that we had tonight. You put on a good show. You looked great for a lot of the time. I love the adjustments that you were making, and I hope to see them again in the next couple of games.
Well, there you have it, everyone. Again, thank you so much from me, from myself, from Kamika. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for listening to us. We'd love to be back. I think we will be back either tomorrow or on Monday. So, we'll catch you then as well. Also, shout out to Gnarls for being our beautiful producer today, and for Apollo to agreeing to sub in as our observer, because minutes before the match, we're still missing an observer. So, thank you, G. You've been great. This is it, though. We're going to wrap this up at this point. And again, thank you for tuning in.
Yep, make sure you all follow on your way out. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you tomorrow. Come on back.